Good morning, Council. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nkorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cardwell.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right.
Good morning.
And Councillor Tang is here too. Councillor Paquette, are you there? I'll check again. Oh, you were going to be late? Oh, yes. Okay, got it. Okay. A little bit of housekeeping. Councillor Hamilton, do you have the summary of agenda changes? If not,
I can, I don't have it in front of me.
I can go to Councillor Tang to do that.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll move that the following be added to the April 23rd, 24th, 2024 City Council meeting agenda. 9.21, City Auditor Recruitment Number 8, private pursuant to Section 17, 19, and 24 of the FOIP Act, and that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. The 9.21 City Auditor Recruitment Number 8 be dealt with at what? Oh, sorry, was that separate?
No.
Oh, at 1:30 on Wednesday, April 24th, if selected.
If selected. Okay, got it. Okay, please vote.
Second.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
I'm a yes, sorry.
Thank
Late
you,
to log
Councillor
in.
Tang. We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Okay, now we are on to our first item. Time specific, Edmonton Police Service Operating Reserve Payback Strategy. It was exempt by Councillor Wright. It will go over to the delegation for a presentation, if they have a presentation.
Morning. Thank you to all members of council for inviting the Edmonton Police Commission here this morning. We're here this morning to speak to the Edmonton Police Service's 2024 operating reserve deficit. The Edmonton Police Service has reported a net deficit of $1.414 million, which has resulted from fiscal year 2023. This $1.414 million represents 0.3% of the police service's total expenditures. In addition to last year's deficit, EPS is currently running a $312,000 surplus in its operating reserve. This reduces the 2023 deficit to $1.102 million, which the Commission considers to be a very small amount that will be repaid over the next 3 years in accordance with the City of Edmonton policy. Again, this deficit is very small, and we feel it is manageable without any need for program or resource adjustments. In fact, the Commission has reviewed Edmonton Police Service's most current fiscal or financial position for the period ending 29 February 2024, which indicates a net surplus position of $1.244 million, or 1.5%. This surplus is attributable primarily to an underspend in non-personnel costs. As such, the Commission has full confidence in the Police Service's ability to resolve this amount over the next 3 years as required by policy. We look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we'll open up questions to council colleagues on the subject that is in front of us, which is the operating reserve payback strategy. Councillor Wright, you exempt to this?
Yes, I did. I'm just wondering, the surplus this year, you're expecting that, I guess, to continue to help to reduce the overall deficit
Absolutely.
for years going forward? Okay. And then I just have one other question, sort of related to our budget discussion yesterday in our financial reports. We had shown that there was 3 grants that were received from the province. None of those were for the 50 police officers. Has that funding been received?
We have received the funding for the 50 police officers for a 1-year period, and we're in negotiations for the a perpetuity aspect of that. It was identified in a past supplemental operating budget adjustment, not the spring 2024 one, but one that was done in 2020.
So in 2023, how much was received?
We've received $8.35 million to date.
Okay, and so that,
Sorry, point of order. Could the members speak into the mic more? It's not picking up on the sound.
$8.35 million to date. Sorry.
and that covers then the 50 police officers that, for 1 year?
That covers half a year of the 50 police officers, infrastructure to support them, cars, radios, and technology, as well as some funds to support recruiting of the 50 new people.
Okay, I thought it was for actual bodies.
It's a full complement.
It is.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yeah,
so in
there's-
addition to the bodies, everything else to support those 50?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarity. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Building off that theme, just wondering, are we funded for the 50 officers at like the recruit rate of 80K salary sort of thing, or are we funded for the full officers on a go for it? Like is grid movement and salary growth built into the grant?
Yes, salary and grid movement is moved in. We have a budget methodology which establishes the average cost of a police officer, and the grant is reflective of that.
So we're going to see fully loaded, like that, like all. It's going to be cost neutral.
Yes.
In totality.
Yes.
You've reviewed it all. That is great news. I'm really pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Another question. So, wondering about, is it possible to get the written copy of the remarks from the chair? I couldn't write down fast enough. Like the surplus from last year was because of not enough bodies at work, so to speak. Is that it's a personnel shortage? I couldn't.
No, it's in non-personnel.
So how does that surplus accumulate then?
It was an underspend in the non-personnel costs.
Sorry, sir. The surplus over many years is a combination of everything. They could be revenue shortfalls, vacancies in salaries, non-personnel underspends, but it's a combination of many things that ends up our bottom line being into a surplus, the $312,000 that the chair mentioned initially. The deficit in 2023, again, was a combination of everything. There's vacancies in salaries, but as a result of vacancies in salaries, we have more overtime costs. We had shortfalls in revenues. A combination of everything makes up the bottom line.
Right. Okay. I'll hold off at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate you all being here this morning and for the report. Just wanted to check in very briefly with our financial team. Just wanted to confirm that the report we have before us meets the intent and expectations of the policy.
Yes, I think it does.
Great, thank you so much. Just in terms of some of the pieces you mentioned that led to the deficit last year, so recognizing some of those, I guess I'm just wondering, are those structural things that have been resolved or kind of moving towards resolution this year that we wouldn't see that same pattern again?
Revenue shortfalls can continue from year after year after year, and we manage that based on the volumes and other organizational pressures through protests. Overtime will continue as long as we are shortfall in staffing issues. However, we're working towards extra recruits. Takes 18 months for a recruit to become basically operational and add benefit to the front line. And that time we could see the overtime costs
Coming down.
likely coming down.
Okay, great. So there is that strategy in place around recruitment to help deal with that structural issue. Perfect. Great. No further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I guess I'm struggling to keep up with the numbers a bit when it's not written and in front of me. So if I can just clarify my understanding first. You said 2023 deficit was initially 1.414 million. And it would be helpful to understand a little bit why, like what led to that deficit. Maybe I'll start there.
The deficit in '23 is a combination
Okay,
of
so
everything.
okay.
Revenue shortfalls, expenditure overspends for a net impact of $1.4 million over budget.
And then this number was offset by 312,000 surplus in operating.
That was sitting in our operating reserve from years past.
Gotcha, okay. So resulting in overall 1.102 million deficit.
That's correct.
That's what we ended 2023 on.
That's
And then that second number, John, you said 1.244 million surplus. Is that the projected for next year?
No, that's current as of 29 February 2024.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So I guess my question, you're relying on surpluses to cover the reserve, and sounds like you're fairly confident. I guess what's your contingency plan if that surplus doesn't come through?
So this is one of the beauties of having the funding formula. It gives us a stable amount of money that the service and the commission are responsible for. And by city policy, we're not allowed to carry that deficit. We've not had an issue in the last 20 years of covering any of overages. So knowing that we have this singular amount of money from the funding formula allows us to move money around where required in a legal way to move that money around. And it allows us to have that stable funding so that we have the ability to cover any deficits that we have without having to go to the city of Edmonton and relying on taxpayer base to cover any deficit.
Okay, so part of the contingency plan, if things don't come through, you know, God forbid something else happens, right? But you're saying that the funding formula has the flexibility to allow you to make sure that the reserve policy doesn't continue to be in a deficit position.
Correct, absolutely.
Okay, and so yesterday in the budget there were a number of other grants. I'm not sure, and I think this is outside of the 8.35 million you're talking about. Things like the urban strategy. Is that correct? That's outside of the 8.35 you got from the province?
That's correct. It's outside.
Because that's from a different department, like mental health and addiction, right?
Correct.
Right, and did those grants help cover off some of the? Did it help with the surplus?
No, because they're going to be directly offset by expenditures. So
Okay, I see.
Any grant we receive from anyone will be offset with directly new expenditures supporting that grant specifically.
Okay, great. And I know we're talking about the reserve policy, but is it okay to ask a question about that particular grant?
I don't want to open
Okay,
up the whole
all right, okay.
conversation because
I
then
won't.
we'll open up many conversations, right? So, yeah.
Okay, all right, just checking. And then, can you just fill me in on the, so I guess one thing, just back to this question of why is there a deficit and this accumulation of many years of various factors, and currently there is like 175 vacancies, is that correct?
No,
Okay.
depends on what you attach to the meaning of the word vacancy. We have members, both sworn and civilian, who are away from work for.
So I'm not talking about the sick leave or
Okay,
stuff.
no, I don't believe we're at 175. We were hovering around 60 last year, but of course, on January 1st, we realized an extra 50 full-time equivalency police officers. So, but our class sizes have increased. I don't have our most recent numbers in front of me.
Okay, so I guess, okay, well, that's very helpful, because I'm like, wow, if there's a lot of vacancies, how is there still such a, deficit? But anyways, that's helpful. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead. Do you want to add anything?
Just for context, Rob Davidson, who, by the way, is our Executive Director of Finance, mentioned a variety of factors. I'd like to provide one to this council just in case it helps to sort of paint a bit of a picture. Last year, the Supreme Court of Canada rendered a decision that created greater equity among public service employees in policing was affected by it, that allowed for pension buyback for people who left on parental leaves. That was a $2 million impact to our budget, a righteous one. Like you won't hear differently from us. It created a greater equity playing field, but that was not expected. We don't know that the Supreme Court is going to issue a decision that will have those type of financial impacts on us, but we paid it gladly. But it impacts how we have to manage our budget going forward. That's one example of how unforeseen or unforeseeable policy decisions made either at or legal decisions rendered can impact our operating budget.
Thank you. Thank you for that context.
Yeah, thank you for the example. Can someone move the recommendation, please?
Sure, or, yeah, no, you're on though.
All right, I will move that the Edmonton Police Service Reserve be replenished by the management of Edmonton Police Service operating expenditures from 2024 to 2026.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay, all right. You have more questions on this, Councillor Wright?
I just have one follow-up question.
Just hold on. We need a second
I'll
round.
move
Then.
the second round.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Just a follow-up to Councillor Tang's question in regards to the vacancies. I thought I had recalled about the number of about 170, but that's not just sworn members. That was non-sworn?
So we have approximately 170 police officers right now who are on a form of what we moniker position management. That doesn't mean they're off. It means that they have either they're off or they have a variety of work restrictions. So it might mean that they're in a non-public facing role because of a physical injury. But that number that may be sort of being recounted by members of council is the approximate number of police officers right now who are on a variety of position management.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I just was trying to figure out where that number came from. And then there's also a number on secondment, like to ACERT and stuff like that, right? Are those, I guess, if we're facing a resourcing shortage, I guess what's the priority by allowing people to go on secondment as opposed to needing them here?
Well, I don't think that we should forget the import of Alert's work. Did you say Alert or ACERT?
I thought it was ACERT.
Okay, so we do second some people to ACERT, but it's a very small number, 1 or 2 police officers. You're probably thinking of Alert, the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team, which is the larger provincial conglomerate of several hundred full-time equivalencies. We do second quite a few members to Alert. I want to say approximately 80. But their work has direct impact to the safety of Edmontonians. Their offices are in Edmonton. They work on files in Edmonton, major crime files that are quite important to our overall safety plan.
Okay, good. So there is the benefit back to the city.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, thank you so much. That concludes the questions to you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jans, do you have questions?
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was on the board.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess to maybe to city legal, what are we being asked to approve here today? Because I guess where I'm struggling is I don't have any numbers. I don't have a slide deck. I don't have a presentation. I see 3 bullets that says there will be a strategy. I see 2 attached policies, but I'm wondering here how to exercise my fiduciary duty on behalf of Edmontonians when, like, I have a 1-pager. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to refer this item back to the commission and request that, whatever the commission was provided to approve this policy be attached as a attachment to this report and provided to council.
You can do that, but you need a seconder to do that. And no one is seconding it. Okay, all
So
right.
carrying on then, if I still got time.
Yeah, please.
What are we doing?
Your question to legal.
Counselor, I'm not sure, is your question, you don't have enough information to approve?
Well, I'm being asked to approve a strategy. And I do not see a strategy.
So, maybe I'll jump in.
Please.
So this deficit is $1 million on an approved budget of almost $500 million. As a percentage, I think what EPS is saying is this is something that they can manage by taking some action next year to manage their expenses. In my view, that's a reasonable strategy.
Could you show me where it says that?
I think that's what be replenished by the management of Edmonton Police Service operating budget expenditures from 2024 to 2026.
But in the report where it, like I'm in good faith here, I can't say why they got into deficit, why they got into surplus. I've asked some questions, I've heard some numbers verbally, but I have nothing to go on. It's sort of more of a principle thing of like, if we're being asked to review, there's a deficit, we should see why there's a deficit. We should see the same information that the commission is given should be coming to council if we're being asked to sign off on something. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Like, this is.
So I think if you're uncomfortable, I think then we can do those other steps. I guess I would just caution that how much time, energy, and resources do you want to devote to something that's a relatively small deficit that, if they came back next year and this deficit had grown significantly, then I think we take a deeper action.
For sure, but we also know we've been in surplus in past years, that we have seen other variances, so it's more like it's more of a broader theme that I feel like a bit of like kept in the dark here at council. When when we ask questions, it takes 6 months to get a response. When we're being told we can't see an audit plan.
I think those are broader issues, Councillor Jans,
But
that
it
we would
goes
have
into this report now that I'm being asked to approve a report with no information.
Yeah, no, I
And
know where you.
whether it's $1 or $1 million or $1 trillion, it's still the principle of good governance, fiduciary duty, and being able to have confidence for the public and for council that we know, a dollar spent, results achieved.
Understood, counsel, but I think what you're asking, if you're asking for additional information, then the people are sitting in front of you. If you feel like you need to refer that back, I can understand that, but I would be very specific about what else it is that you're looking for.
Yeah, I was looking for the same information the commission was given, but I don't have a seconder on that, it appears, so. But- Okay, well, I'm out of time, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very
Sorry,
much.
Councillor Salvador?
Oh, yeah, thanks so much. I guess I'm also looking for a little more clarity and just to be really specific with questions. So when I look at the motion that's on the floor, totally understand that the intent is to replenish that within existing operating expenditures, and that makes sense to me. But I guess what I am wondering, in the report it talks about and adjustments to capital priorities to manage some of those. So I guess what does that prioritization look like? What might be falling off of of the priority list, I guess? Or how would that be determined?
Mr. Mayor, there is some information that we can provide to council, although I assume it is the subject of litigation privilege. So I would invite, if council wishes to go in private, that we can provide some information as to how this is being managed.
Sure.
You want to go?
I mean, like, I will look to my colleagues. If there's not a desire to, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's okay then.
yeah.
That's okay. So there's nothing you can share publicly about that. And again, I'm just looking for some surety around how those priorities might be juggled to manage the deficit, even high level.
Again, within the funding formula, we have that ability to manage our overages and our underages. And again, the good thing is that does not come back to council. That does not go back to the citizens to come out of their tax base. On top of that, I'm sure you heard in my speech that as of 29 February, we're at a surplus of 1.244 million. So the prospect of our next quarter showing a deficit is unlikely, given that we're already at a 1.244 million or a 1.5% surplus as of the end of February.
Okay, thanks.
Well, maybe I'll ask some questions, John. You're not. There's not a trend of ongoing deficits, right?
That's correct. We get monthly financial reports during our finance and audit meetings. We keep a very close eye on the stream and on what's identified to us. Are there trends? I would say no.
Yeah. And if there are trends, you will flag those trends as part of the reporting. You will report that to council as part of this policy, right?
We have a legislative responsibility to ensure that is appropriately managed. This council has put that confidence into this commission to manage that. Yeah. If there is anything that we feel as representatives of the city and appointees of the council that is significant for this city council to know, I can assure you that we would be stepping up to make sure that you are informed on the stuff that you need to know.
Yeah, and 1.1 million deficit for 2023 is very small amount of the overall budget, but you would still flag, if you were seeing that trend even slightly going forward, you'll provide that kind of oversight and then let council know on it.
We would exercise our authority to ensure that if there's a trend, we would ask the service to provide us what it is that's making this trend. If there are blips, and I mean small blips, then we would work through that. But anything significant that would have an impact either to our inability to pay a deficit, which has not happened in the history, or anything that is going to have an impact on this council, i.e. if something goes to the media that would be unfavorable, we would not like City Council to be surprised by that. So we would ensure that we have a very open line of communication.
Yeah. And so far in 2024, you're actually seeing the surplus, right?
Correct.
So far. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation. I think, I think generally what I'm hearing is just a desire for more information and knowledge sharing. So just wanted to confirm the commission does have the monthly financial statements that get posted online. Is that the case?
That's correct. All these numbers are available on our website.
Okay. And is that maybe in future reports something that could be incorporated into the body of the report, just so we have so the council has that information on hand when we have these conversations?
I suspect we could, but it is readily available on our website for anyone to look at.
Oh, for sure. And I think this is just around some of the ease of communication, just helping folks sort of being aware of the information that's there. And I just note, so I just pulled up the February. It's showing a year-end projection for an operating surplus of $164,000. But the report also notes that there were some challenges with the year-end forecasting due to some other priorities. So do we anticipate this year-end forecast changing?
Yeah. At that point in time, there were some challenges around contingency planning for potential job action, so we didn't push some of the operationals information as much as we would normally do. So March, we're being a little more stringent upon that. At that time, the 124 favorable would cover the deficit that we have in our reserve. So.
Right. So the current favorable would cover it, but it's not projected to remain there with the current year-end projections.
So if you look a little bit above where you're looking on that report is the projection for the in-year amount, and then we cover the deficit, and we would have a balance in our reserve of 100 and some thousand.
I see. So that's accounting for the payback of the reserve.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. No, wonderful. Great. And thanks for the reminder that this information is available. And I think yeah, in the future, it maybe helps to have some of that information consolidated for us. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright and Councillor Jans. You both have more questions? Can we move the additional round, please?
I'll move this another round.
Actually, I'll just speak to it.
Okay, but Councillor Wright has questions. Yeah.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford, your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, that is carried. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, how does the 30% cap in the funding formula play into this? Does that provide any additional revenue then to you?
It's irrelevant to this.
If our city expenditures increase, that increases the room?
That's funding for future years.
Okay, so it won't be around to replace any of this?
That's correct. We've
Okay.
received everything from 2024 that we're expecting in terms of the funding formula, but 25, 26 and onwards could be affected by the 30% ratio.
Okay, and I moved the main motion, so I can't make any amendments to it. I just don't know if and Councillor Jans is left. If we amended the motion to indicate a formal reporting back to council on an annual basis in relation to this. But I mean, you come regularly anyhow.
The only time that we are required to report on this is if there is a deficit. Yeah.
Okay. But I'm just wondering to sort of ease some concerns around it, that it is being managed as we go along, not waiting till 2026.
Councillor,
Okay, I know, yeah, it's minimal, yeah. Okay, just a thought.
You know, we have people at commission who will flag these things for us, right? So, Councillor Jans, so to speak, okay, we have motion on the floor now. All the questions are concluded. Now to speak. Okay. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, it's not just appointees of city council, it's appointees of the province too. I think we need to be clear about that. The provincial government has reached in and has appointed members to the commission, which is unprecedented. So it's not just city council's body here. There's a provincial appointment element. Secondly, I find it challenging when we've just gone through such an arduous budget process where We talk about looking at surpluses, looking at each area. We've gone through OP12, we've gone through all this. And whether the surplus is $1 or $1 million, when we still don't have a line of sight on, as a council, when we guarantee a funding formula, yet we aren't given an audit plan. And we get a letter back saying we're not going to get an audit plan. It's very, very challenging to just ask reasonable questions that Edmontonians ask us. That, you know, they see it with their own eyes. They see when they call and they have a experience with a call delay, but then they see this, you know, different other things that trigger them, be it very, very high quality drone videos of you know, encampments in the River Valley, or this incident we saw yesterday about an individual being chased by a multi-billion-dollar police helicopter because of a light on their bike. People see this and they connect this to waste, the same way that people connect other expenditures. They don't understand, you know, why they see one thing here and it doesn't make sense to them, and they demand it of us, and you know, the commission has their duty, but we're also the ones that gave a funding formula with certain expectations. So when I can say, when they say what's being audited, and I say, I don't know. I'm being told no. Or they say, why are there more fires off White Avenue? What's going on here? And I say, I don't know. That's not satisfying to Edmontonians, and as such, when I see this plan and I can't speak to why we still have police officers. I hear we have a shortage, but then police officers are being put in Catholic junior high and high schools, but yet they're not being seen on our transit system. It becomes a question of resource allocation. So maybe the surplus should be 25 times higher. I don't know, but it's here, and that's not satisfying to my voters and to Edmontonians, and as such, I can't support this plan.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for the commission and service for being here this morning. I support what is being recommended here. I think it's very reasonable. I believe I have the answers verbally from you today that, you know, answers my questions. You know, I know there remains a lot of skepticism around the funding formula, which, you know, is accountable to the tax increase we just approved last night. But from the answers I got today, it's actually an important mechanism for managing the finances at the service. So all that said, I think I got the answers today to make this decision, which I think is straightforward. That said, I do want to echo a few pieces, like Councillor Jans. I think from an information sharing perspective, from a meeting preparation perspective, some of the answers wasn't good enough for me. I feel that you know, there is a desire for more information, and I think it'd be really nice to have what was presented in the written form. I'm not looking to review your financial statement. I know the commission is well capable of that. But I am looking for some analysis and some trends and a conversation about it. And I can't imagine another city-funded organization to say, well, it's public, in the public domain, and therefore the answer's out there, to say that's accountability. To me, that's not good enough. So, and I will worry about a consistent pattern that, you know, what I asked, I believe, and I didn't want to raise this because it's not relevant to the reserve policy per se, but what I requested in terms of a plan for audit or program service review, just as we are here at the city going through an OP12 exercise, much of which has been discussed in public, and there are certainly moments we do go into private when it's sensitive information, and to say that, you know, trust us, we're doing stuff, I find just very thin, and I think I'm looking for more substance, and that's where I'm coming from, and so that's just maybe some feedback for future when we have a discussion around this. It'll be nice to have a bit more substance with your reporting. But for now, I think for today, for the purpose of this recommendation and for the purpose of this motion, I support what's on the table here, and you know, I think after a few challenging years to kind of land where you are today, especially kind of the prospect of potentially not being in that deficit position again, I think is commendable. So I appreciate that, all the work that has gone into it, but I think but I do think this point around information sharing, movement towards greater openness and transparency, and I'm not asking for full transparency, I'm just asking for a bit more. To me, I think there's still a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I pretty much, I feel like I could almost just echo word for word, but I'll offer just a little bit more to what Councillor Tang just said. Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the passion of one of my colleagues and the desire for more information and the desire for more detail. And I'm actually generally in fairly strong agreement with a lot of those comments, except that's not this conversation here. So the conversation here, very comfortable, it's all fine, that's perfect. But I do feel, I'm hearing your passion, I understand it. I just think we need to make sure we actually do have a proper conversation with the commission about how we can better do this. I mean, I think back to when I started 10 years ago, and yeah, I'm going to put it on myself and say I feel that council was fairly lax on what is our biggest budget item, and that we didn't necessarily ask enough questions. We didn't push on things like audit plans and all of that, which I understand that creates new tension. It's feeling like there's this push. But it is actually our biggest budget item, and we should be a little more thorough on it. And so, in hindsight, I wish I had been doing that more than just at the budget deliberations. But I also appreciate I've heard a desire. I've had meetings with the chair of the commission, and I think there's going to be an opportunity for us to have a better opportunity for greater accountability, more conversations, more detail, and specifically on the audit piece. Hopefully, a conversation about that, because I do find that's one of my biggest challenges. But not relevant to this conversation in my mind today. So fully supportive of the recommendation. The amount that we're talking about is very minimal, but figuring that, I know that's going to sound odd to most people, so I'll just preface it by saying 1.1 million is minimal to an organization that is that has a $500 million budget. It is material to the average everyday person. It's not necessarily material in the sense of this conversation before us. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be more thorough in the work that we're doing on this side of the table. So I'm looking forward to a chance to having a conversation with the commission to talk about some of the other things I think we need to do better. But appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Nope. Councillor, sorry, are you trying to sign up?
I'm trying mightily.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Sorry, go ahead.
So I want to express my agreement with what has been said here in general terms. I'm sorry I'm not articulating this very well. I like Councillor Knack's summary, and I think he's right. I think there's a time and place for the conversation, but I wanted to kind of dig into that a little bit more. I can understand why people didn't arrive here today to have a giant conversation about resource officers in Catholic schools. They came to say $1 million on 500 million is honestly not even rounding error. It's pocket lint. So, done and dusted. Have a great day. We know you've got 6 days of work to do in 2 days. We'll take our leave. I think, and I agree with Councillor Knack, there's a need to have those more fulsome conversations. I'm going to say this, though, and I've spoken about this before in a number of different contexts. There's an inside voice and an outside voice thing that we need to start contemplating here. And when we have these strident criticisms without a counterbalance of praise in the public domain, we continue to foment that distrust, the distrust of the police service, of the commission, of government, of council, of the city. When it's nothing but negative criticism all the time in the outside voice, in the public domain voice, well, what do we expect back? Right? And I know I'm partly guilty of this, absolutely, because when it's critical of the decision just made or the conversation just had. So when someone says, okay, let's have that conversation, but let's have it with our inside voice. Let's maybe have that conversation privately before we have it publicly. There's some value in that. I want to hear the criticisms of me. I want to hear what people that I represent want to see, where they're critical of what I say or what I do, of how I've acted or what I voted on. I want to hear that. But when we trumpet that in the public domain so that they hear the criticism of the city in whatever realm out of context in newspapers across the country, or when we declare emergencies that imply that things are really, really bad here without context. And then we wonder why people think that, you know, Edmonton's a really, really bad place. Well, we're feeding into that. So maybe we can consider a little bit of the outside voice, inside voice context as we move through these conversations. You know, it doesn't kill us to have a quiet conversation in private and then repeat that conversation in public with a little bit of context. I would just offer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor, today is Councillor Knack, actually.
Yeah, that is right. I'll take the chair.
Okay, thank you. I want to start by expressing my appreciation to Commission for being here today and presenting this, as well as managing the operations. And this is one indication that there's a small amount of deficit in light of multi-million dollar budget, and that Commission is tracking that. And if they flag concerns, they will definitely bring that to Council's attention. So I have no qualms about what is in front of us, and appreciate the presence. I think Commission have also agreed to come to Council on an annual basis with more robust information and data, where we can dig deeper into the kind of questions that have been raised here today. I think that is the platform to do so, and ask these questions about the outcomes, about the funding formula. Is funding formula working? Are we making our community more safer by giving that consistent long-term predictability to funding? I think that is the platform for us to dig deeper into those, right? And I understand some of the frustration among council members about, sometimes information is not readily available or easily available, and but that's something, again, to be raised during those conversations, because that's the platform. And so look forward to further conversation when you come back on the annual report. And, because this is about SOBA, this is about budget, I can broadly speak about budget in my closing remarks, about how important it was for us to give EPS the consistency and the predictability that they needed by approving their funding formula. And we are the only municipality, I understand, in North America that has such a formula in place. And there was a big request from Commission. It was a big request from EPS. So I'm glad that after lengthy discussion, we reached to that point. Now you have that funding available to you. I think with that, there's expectation from Edmontonians that they start seeing results, right? Results in safety, in overall perception of safety. And I think when we have that conversation at the annual report, I'm pretty sure you'll demonstrate why you needed that formula and how that formula is making our community a better place and a safer place. And if those results are not there, then probably people will start questioning about whether such an arrangement is effective or not, right? I think it's effective, I believe it's effective, that's why I supported it, right? But now we need to back it up with evidence and the results, right? So we look forward to that. Thank you so much, and with that,
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Take the chair back and please vote.
Can I close?
Oh, sorry, close, Councillor.
Thank you very much. So, I trust in our CFO's recommendation that that this management of the deficit is within sort of the spirit of our policy, and trust in the Commission that they've got the oversight over the police service, that it will be managed as such. I do recognize the concern and frustration of councillors in that they can only tell their constituents, I don't know. But so in that respect, I would suggest that those inquiries from constituents then are referred to the Edmonton Police Commission for any more specific concerns that they have for other information that the commission can be able to provide to them, because that is where the oversight and, of the commission is, as I understand it, to respond to Edmontonians' concerns. So I do appreciate that we do get regular updates from the commission, and I think that's how we can sort of manage this and to ensure that the deficit is recovered within the time period before 2026. That is all.
Thank you. So please vote.
Yes.
It's kicking us out again.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
No, thank you.
I'm not getting.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Mayor Sohi, do you want to vote verbally?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Principe.
Oh, Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillors. Councillor Jans is a yes.
What? No.
You're a no? Okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. There you go. It's carried 11-1. Okay. Can we sign back into eScribe just to make sure that?
Yeah, if you don't mind giving us maybe just 2 minutes while we change.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, let's reboot eScribe, please.
I guess just a quick point of order. The item that we just added to the agenda wasn't selected. Can I select that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I do that now?
Yes, if you'd like to, yes.
Okay. I would like to select 9.21.
Okay. Time specific at 1:30.
Time specific 1:39.21.
Yes.
The auditor report is being selected by Councillor Tang. 1:30. It's a 1:30.
Just,
Okay. Do we need to vote on it, right?
I just wanted to, sorry, could I, point of order, if we finish our other matters before lunch break?
I can ask if we can move it up earlier, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, we can, Councillor Stevenson.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, please vote. We don't have to vote on that?
We don't need to vote for that.
Okay,
Just
good.
give us a moment. We're just reloading eScribe if you don't mind.
Okay, we're back to 7-1, right?
Yes, we return back to 7-1 if there are any subsequent motions.
I have one, so maybe I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Knack.
I've got the chair.
Okay, let me actually find it. Sorry, I gotta go through my speaking notes, or sorry, my briefing notes. Okay. Can someone else, maybe I'll take the chair back, someone else can go
I'll
first.
return the chair.
Yeah. The other subsequents. Go ahead, Councillor. Cardinal, go ahead, please.
Okay, I have two. So I'll do one now and then wait and see. So that, I'll copy this into the chat. I will try to copy this into the chat.
Do they have, does administration have a copy, Councillor?
Ms. Padbury does, and we've chatted about them. So the first is this, that administration, one, provide a cost breakdown of the different the different elements of neighborhood renewal, including sidewalks, multi-use trails, lighting replacement, curb, gutter, and roadway replacement, boulevard additions, curb extensions, and other discrete infrastructure elements. Two, provide analysis of the effect of reducing annual spending by 25% and 50%. And three, pause work on any new projects until the above work is complete.
Second.
Thank you. So we talked a bit about this yesterday.
Can we get this on, I'll come back to you in a
sorry.
minute. Yeah. Can we get that on the screen, please? Start bleeding again. Here we go, we got it here now. Okay, Councillor Cartmel, can you please make the introduction?
Yes.
Sorry, I would just like to make a point of order. It was seconded by Councillor Principe.
Oh, yes, Councillor Principe seconded.
Our
Yeah.
apologies, we'll fix that.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So we talked a bit about this yesterday. I want to first say that in broad and general terms, I'm very supportive of the neighborhood renewal program. I thought that was great work by previous councils to actually build it into the tax base so we didn't have to have, you know, a conversation like we had yesterday about this neighborhood or that neighborhood or which comes first and all of that stuff. That was wonderful, great work. And so we have this pocket of money that we can do neighborhood renewal in. But a couple of things, and there are these, that concerns are being raised about just everything that goes into neighborhood renewal. It's not been, it is moved beyond a one-for-one or like-for-like replacement of old infrastructure into new things, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I think there's a perception out there that those modifications or changes are adding cost to the overall cost of the renewal of the neighborhood. And I quite frankly don't think that's true, but I'd like to tease that out and sort of prove that. The other piece is that, and my other subsequent is along the same lines as well. Can we take what we're doing in general terms, parts of our capital plan, and stretch it out over more years to effectively spread the spend over more calendar years right now while we have these inflationary pressures and while we have these tax pressures? So that has the effect of pushing costs out, has the effect of maybe doing fewer neighborhoods now and then either trying to catch up or just, you know, getting back to a normal pace and not making that up. There's some options there, and which would allow us to return some dollars to the tax levy. But I'm not sure how many, and I'd like to know what that is and just what that would mean. And I don't want to take a long time about this. I'm not suggesting that we stop or postpone anything that's in progress, just not start any new neighborhoods until we have this conversation. Sorry, I went long. I'm sorry.
Now questions on this, please, Councillor Jans.
I guess to administration, I'm really worried about number 3, pausing work and what that would mean. What would be the impacts of that?
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that. We have a number of projects that we will have commitments made, whether it's in construction or consultants that are doing work in design phases. So we'd have to look at those obligations in the process. It's an ongoing process that we're doing. So I'm not sure what could be paused that started that way. So initial comment on that.
Yeah, I have some apprehension about number 3. for the cost breakdown, I think that's valuable. I would be curious, would the mover also be when I look at this, one thing I'm looking for is the operational savings. Like, for example, when you take the 4-lane road, go to a 2-lane road, but add a multi-use path, add some trees, it looks like it's overbuilt, it looks like it's new, it's certainly not like for like, but it saves the city money in payback. Are you looking for that too?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, and again, I don't want to take a long time into your first comment, Councillor Jans. I don't want, I could refine this to say don't start any new construction, but I don't want to delay or upset any contracts either. I'm not trying to, tip over the apple cart. I just want us to think about how much more, like, slow the pace maybe. But yes, those, the ongoing operational impacts of a different a not like-for-like neighborhood renewal would be valuable too, absolutely. Less asphalt maintenance, for instance, on a narrower road. Let's understand that.
Is administration, could you provide a cost-benefit breakdown like I'm suggesting?
That would be work that we could take away and do for sure, and provide that. A reminder to council, in October of 2022, we did this analysis, and it was 25 and 35%. And we presented that to council, and we showed the implications of the slowdown of the number of neighborhoods. And the recommendation in the context of that was about trade-offs of the deficit of all our renewal assets, and should we shift neighborhood renewal to other renewal that had bigger deficits in terms of ideal funding. So that was the context of that. And what that analysis showed at that time is any more than 35% reduction could impact our long-term goals of achieving the asset condition we wanted. So that was, I think I mentioned 50 yesterday. We looked as deep as 50, but in that analysis, any more than 35 showed a failure to sustain the program. For context for everyone, but some of that work was done then.
So this would be fairly easy to just dust off and readjust then to bring.
We'd have to look at current commitments, and we could do an update of that work.
Okay, so it may not be a lot of new work, is what I'm hearing.
It wouldn't be starting from scratch for sure.
That's helpful. And I guess as well, I'm interested in the drainage implications as well about like runoff, and because part of the goal is kind of in the renewals is doing a bit of a road diet, and I don't see that reflected here. I'm wondering if the mover's concerned about is that under the other discrete infrastructure, or are you concerned about the runoff, the drainage pieces, all of that?
I'm not concerned about drainage elements. That comes out in the design. I'm not sure if I quite understand your question, but I don't think we have a technical challenge here with drainage or lighting or what have you. I think more the challenge there's two things that I'm trying to drill into, and that one is this apprehension by those we represent that we're overspending, and because we're not doing like for like, and to tease that out a little bit, because I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'd like some data to back that up. And happy to refine that to 35% if there's more comfort in that in bullet 2. But the other is, spending less right now and catching up later, or spending less right now and going and getting back to the normal pace later, simply because of budget pressures. That's all.
I guess I'm really worried about some of the neighborhoods that are slated are virtually impassable and are going to require spot maintenance and potholes and stuff like that in the meantime. How can we factor that in?
Well, I mean, that's a criticality question, I guess, about the neighborhoods that are next in the queue. Frankly, I had a couple of neighborhoods that were in the queue that are no longer in the queue, and I quite agree with that. They're not in that critical state. So there's that question as well, sure.
Yeah. Well, I lean towards supporting it with the refinements the mover's contemplating, but yeah, I lean towards supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
So let's maybe make those official, because those are most of my questions. I think this would be friendly, hopefully. So in point 1, we would say provide a breakdown of the operational savings and costs of the different elements. Is that
more life cost analysis?
Yeah, so operational savings and costs yeah. So that's for point 1. So if it's friendly, we can just do that.
Friendly to me.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Operational savings and cost. Yeah, I think again, we just need to flag the operational piece, and then I've heard potentially a suggestion that we should strike 50% and have 35% to be able to reference the other reports.
I think that's Mr. Walbum's advice, so I'm happy with that.
Okay, then if that's friendly, then I'll do that. The one that might not be friendly, and before I move it, would be on point 3. And so I just want to give a very specific example because for the first time in 10 years, I'm finally going through neighborhood renewal, not myself, but a community I represent. So Glenwood's scheduled for construction next year. We're definitely we're about to do another session this Saturday. So I'm guessing that one's past the point of no return. Belmead and La Pearl are scheduled to start in 2026. We have started some very basic engagement, but I'm guessing we haven't signed a contract. Therefore, if 3 passed, would I assume that a Belmead and La Pearl would potentially be changing? Is that I'm trying to give a specific example because that's the one I can think of, and they wouldn't start till 2026, so would that be the type of one that would be impacted by point 3?
Tough to give definitives on where those are at. We'd have to go and do the analysis and look at exactly that, Councillor, and then look at the timeline of coming back with this.
Yeah. So I guess
with that window of time too.
So I guess the challenge, and maybe I'm looking to the mover, because the way I'm reading it is that this motion pauses that work on likely everything but the 2025 communities right now. This doesn't say pause it. You want to pause it now until the report versus waiting to the report and then maybe making a decision. Is that how I'm seeing that?
So 2 things. One is this, the analysis in 1 and 2 might refine what happens in those neighborhoods, depending, right? But if we have, the top 10 in order neighborhoods, the next 10 that we're going to do, which I presume we kind of do, and let's just presume we were going to do 4 this year, 4 next year, and 4 the year after that, I'm saying, well, what if we do 3, 3, 3, and 3? Yeah. It's the same 10 or 12 in priority, just done in 4 years instead of 3, or 5 years instead of 3.
I'm fully on board. I guess the part that I may be struggling with is, and again, I'm just going to use a very local example. I've got engagement that is about to start in Belmead and La Pearl, 2 communities that were supposed to have an overlay in 2019, but they were too far gone that they got shifted to renewal, and they've been patiently waiting. I'm worried that if I approve point 3, we're not even going to start the engagement, which I think is scheduled to start in the next 2 months. And so that's what the way I read point 3 is it says, don't even start that engagement. I might be fine with spreading it out, but what I'm worried about is that I just sat at the AGM of La Pearl, and I'm about to go to the AGM of Belmead next Monday. And if I approve point 3 as worded, I'm potentially saying to them, we're not even going to do the engagement right now.
You just spend way too much time at community league.
I do, yeah.
I'm not trying to put you in a spot, Councillor Knack.
Okay.
I would suggest that the engagement could proceed and still inform the project, whether it's a year out or 2 years out, right? If you're imminent, I'm not suggesting change the priority, and I'm not trying to jump a queue.
No.
Right?
I think okay, so maybe I guess the question is to admin is how you interpret point 3, which is that if council says yes, would you wait to do that engagement pending the results of this report? Because if the answer is yes, I'd rather move to strike that, recognizing that I still agree with the overall intent of the motion. So I just want to see, how would you interpret that?
I would interpret that any commitments that we have already made, we should continue. And when I say commitments, fundamentally that's contractual commitments, but I think there's a secondary commitment, there's community commitment, and I don't think we want to discount that. We did that analysis before. I don't know if the pause would pause very much, and so I guess truthfully, I don't know if there's a lot of value in point 3 to changing what we would do, and I mean that holistically in that context.
Knowing the intent of everyone, I think I would feel cleaner just moving to strike it, just to provide that assurance, but I fully agree with the overall intent, but I think I have to move that just to be safe.
Second.
So moved by Councillor Knack, second by Councillor Salvador, right? Okay. And that is to strike part 3. Now we will focus on striking down part 3, which is pausing work of any new projects until the above 2 parts are completed. Okay. All right. Any questions on this? Councillor Cardwell? Oh, no questions. Okay. All right. Anyone to speak to the amendment? Strike. No, sign up, please. Sorry, Councillor Salvador. Any questions? You're there.
Just a quick question. And I think we were getting there, but I mean, the reason I would be supportive, I think, is it's unclear what the pause would actually be pausing. And given the time horizon between now and when we'd actually get that report, what do you anticipate would be starting as new work?
Yeah, so when you think this through, we have a lot of our tendering going out in the spring to do construction during the year. So just the timing of this, those would already be committed, and we'd be working towards next year's program. That's why I'm not sure the pause does much to the real progress we're making, but happy to hear if there's other thoughts from the...
Great. Yeah, I'll just speak to it very briefly.
Councillor Stevenson, questions on the amendment? Councillor Rutherford on amendment?
Nope.
Councillor Wright on amendment? Councillor Jans on amendment? Okay. Councillor Knack, you have to take a chair. Just have a quick. Oh, you are the chair. Next is Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please? Just, I think one, like I overall agree with Councillor Cartmell's attempt here, because I think we need to, in light of the challenges we have, we need to look at, exploring these options. But I think one of the benefits of this program has been predictability for the industry, right? And the prices that we get probably are favorable because they know there's this much money to be spent, and so there's a benefit to that, right? So if we do pause, I hear you that work that is already underway will carry on, contractual obligation carry on, community obligations carry on. Just want to understand, would it cause some qualms in the industry? Because they follow this kind of stuff, right? So
Depending on the scale and how the slowdown happens, there's less work over time compared to today. So we have built up industry, and they're watching for a certain scale of work, and we've set up that capacity. So tough to predict exactly how that would be impacted globally, but there would be some in terms of expectations today from the industry perspective.
okay. So if we don't, like if we strike down part 3, some concerns will remain, but they at least would know that the future work. My worry is that I don't want to indicate to industry that while we are doing this work on part 1, 2, and 3, if that approves, that there would not be future opportunities until that work is concluded.
Yeah, I think that would be limited. Remember, these are multi-year contracts we go into with neighborhoods, and we're talking about part of a year window to get this information back before further decisions are made. So maybe some, but I think it would be limited. I'm not overly concerned about the nature and the timing of this in that. Yeah. That helps.
Okay, thanks. I still feel a little bit uncomfortable on the part, which is I'm going to consider. I'll go to Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah, so I have, sorry, you done?
Yeah, no, can I ask you that question, like you on the industry's perspective, like if you had any thoughts?
Well, if you're asking me, well, I didn't move the.
Oh, yeah, you're not, yours amendment, so I
answer
can't do that. I can't do that. Maybe we'll come back. We'll see.
But I do have questions now.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll stop here then. You'll probably answer my questions through the questions you will ask to administration. Go ahead, please.
I'll return the chair.
So, my goal in making this motion, including part 3, is essentially this. We have less resources available right now to do this. And I'm not quite sure of the numbers, but if we're doing 10 neighborhoods a year, and right now, my numbers, my words, we only have the capacity to do 7, then let's do 7 a year for a while, don't change the priority, and then go back to 10. So when I say pause, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying pause the entire program, I'm saying do fewer neighborhoods until finances equalize. And I don't want to speak to it too much, but we have less resources than we did a few years ago when we were in the heart of this program and it got fully funded. We have, in general terms, we have less tax revenue available. And in general terms, although it doesn't quite match, granting from the province is less than it used to be. They've reprofiled their grant program, whether we like it or not or agree with it or not. Less money is flowing from LGFF than flowed from MSI. And we have not matched our consumption of those grants to the diminished flow of grants. So through that perspective, what is a better way to say do less until we can start doing more again? I'm happy to hear the amended language that gives you comfort, but short of, wait a minute, don't do anything more until we figure this out, I don't know what else to say, or how better to say it.
Is that a question for Councillor?
If you have suggested wording.
I do. I think what I'm hearing, and that is more what the focus was of the last review. And if I was skimming through it again last night, I think we showed there's an order of magnitude of 15 to 18 neighborhoods over time that would get delayed at the 25-35 ratio. That does free up dollars if you slow down the program. And what that does is it stretches out the timeline of when you achieve your long-term goals of the program. And I think the windows of time were 6 to 10 years when we did the analysis a few years ago. So that's all that does, but that is what that does. And I think the bigger conversation before was around, we're about to send out, and we do annually, our updates of what to expect in your wards for the program. That would all change in terms of timing and when we would get there to different communities. So you'd have to, make sure you're current to what the implications could be to commitments to community of when we're coming. And that's another element of it. And that's different than the fiscal responsibility and accountability elements for sure. But it's all
100%.
part and parcel of decisions moving forward.
But I would offer that when person A says 8.9%, what were you thinking? Also, when are you going to fix this sidewalk? We can now start having that conversation. So I don't mind necessarily a disturbing ripple through the ecosystem. Man, I got my words. So if we strike part 3, does part 2 get to what I'm trying to say?
I don't have the motion up on the screen, but
the 25 and 35%.
the 25 part 2, and even if I'm truthful, part 1, we can do the analysis and show the breakdown. But your neighborhood renewal policy directs us to stay within target 5 to 10% growth elements. The majority of this program is renewing the hard infrastructure, and we've tracked that over time because we have a commitment to, and we've stayed within that 5 to 10% growth elements on top of the broader renewal program as a program. So your policy guides that side of it. We can still do the review and bring the inventory to you, and the operational element is a good element over time to add.
And I think we can bring back the elements that would go against the policy, right? So and that's up to council to change if they so choose. So
once we got the report.
Correct.
How long would it take how long do you think you need to do the 1 and 2?
I've been spinning that in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
I think we need more than the standard turnaround, but I do think probably maybe 6 months at the most, and could maybe bring it back sooner in advance of fall.
That's fall.
So I guess commitment would be, we look at the timing, but before, in enough time to make decisions for fall.
In
We'll
enough
make
time
that
to make
commitment.
decisions for next construction season?
Yep.
Yeah.
And for your budget decisions around fall.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions on the amendment. Now to speak to amendment. No. Councillor Salvador to speak.
Yeah, very, very briefly, and I'll just speak once. Yeah, for me, the inclusion of part 3 with the pause, I think it risks sending that message of uncertainty, and I am uncomfortable leaving that language in. I wouldn't want anyone, industry, community, or administration presuming a change of course before we have that analysis in front of us. I'm hearing the original mover questioning whether we should be doing fewer neighborhoods until finance is equalized, and I think that's a fair question to ask, absolutely, but I don't think we should be building that assumption into this motion until we have the report, at which point we can talk about those next steps. Thank you.
Anyone? Councillor Stevenson.
I have the chair.
I raised my concerns on point 3, but more I hear this conversation, the more answers, more clarity I'm getting from administration. I absolutely get where Councillor Cartmell wants to go and gather the information, but more flags kind of raising in my mind in a way that it's not that we should never visit a successful program, because we always opportunity to improve. But this program has been actually quite successful in rehabilitating old neighborhoods, and it was done with such a rigorous community participation analysis. I remember spending days and days in this room when we were designing this program, right? So I kind of understanding the intent, I just getting like, and we need to look at different ways of managing the corporation. But I think this program has actually demonstrated so much value for the taxes that Edmontonians pay, and they actually see that value and they appreciate that value. So I am very hesitant to revisit that, right? Also in light of the information that we actually had a couple of years ago, right, about the implications that we saw or delays that we saw. So it's not the intent that I question, I just worry about
we are debating.
I'm speaking on I'm speaking
Okay.
on all of it, because I won't speak again.
Okay.
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll return the chair.
Okay, now to Councilor Knack to close, or?
No, I'll speak once this is voted.
Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm no, sorry, I just, yes for the amendment, yeah.
Yes for the amendment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
What's going on with these scribe? It's just kicking us out.
Yeah. Sorry, who was that last vote from?
Jennifer Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
I'm a yes.
You're a yes. Councillor Cartmell?
Yes.
Yes. And Councillor Principe?
No.
No. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay, we're back to part 1 and part 2. Okay, we had a list. I think Councillor Salvador, you have more questions on this, or you conclude your questions?
I'll just ask one more question. So recognizing that a fair amount of this work was done in 2022, I guess, is there any new information that you would be bringing forward? I'm just contemplating a format of report versus a memo.
I think the new dimension that we didn't do last time is the operational savings and costs of the different elements. That's new from before. And then just an update from when we did it to where we are today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. In terms of those operational impacts, are we going to consider our Vision Zero targets and some of the costs that we have with our Street Labs program, for example? So, what's the premium of trying to retrofit an unsafe street versus building it safely the first time?
That wasn't in my mind, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking more of the hard operational costs of operation and maintenance of different types of infrastructure over time.
Sure. And
those are secondary benefits for sure, though, Councillor.
yeah, and could those potentially be spoken to just at a very high level?
We could include some of the elements of, and this gets into the policy conversation we talked about before, and what are those broader goals that we're achieving through some of those. So we could add some of that element in for context, for sure.
Great. I think that would be helpful. Maybe just to the mover, I had sort of understood one thing from the wording, because I had expected that, if we have 10 neighborhoods scheduled, we would still do 10 neighborhoods in the same time period, but maybe we are only spending 90% of a budget. But I think when I was hearing you speaking before, I was hearing us kind of returning to that conversation we had in October 2022 around reducing the number of neighborhoods. So just wanted to get some clarity from you on that.
Both on the table. If we get the discrete costs of, some of the bits and pieces that we're putting into these things, and through policy review, we decide not to do some of those things and they have an effect on dollar flow, then maybe it's the same number of neighborhoods. There's two goals for me. One is prove the point that some of these extra things are not really that extra.
Yeah.
And the other is stretch out the dollars to take the tax burden down for a while. Those are the two goals here. So
Okay, so they are
Yeah.
separate. So the reduction in spending could be both in terms of the number of neighborhoods and or the elements of the neighborhood. Okay, and then I think, just in terms of, like, what I'm struggling with, so very interesting to know that our policy restricts us to 5 to 10% growth elements. And I'm just wondering, does knowing the cost of a multi-use trail, like, I'm just trying to understand what the individual breakdown of those elements tells us versus just that higher level that we're adding a 5 to 10% premium. And I say premium, I mean, I think it's an investment, a critical investment.
Yeah, just processing how to answer that question.
It's not a very
so-
clear question.
No, I do understand the context of the question, and when we look at a neighborhood, sorry, I'm going to go to example, and I'll be brief. So if you look at a typical neighborhood where we're adding those extra elements, like a shared use path or a bike facility, it would be on your collector roads, or enhancements would be around schools, so pedestrian crossing safety. So when you look at the overall neighborhood as a whole, those enhancements are more on those concentrated corridors where we need it, but it's a small increment of the broader budget for the whole neighborhood. The majority of the neighborhood is replacing, like a local road's gonna go back as a local road, minor shifts, sidewalks might get a bit wider. So so when you look at that 5 to 10%, it's those elements to the whole. So we can show you the inventories, but I think we'd then, and I'm hearing this, we'd be intentional with showing how that differential came out to the overall, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I think that might be a more useful, like a more actionable piece of information. I will confess, I feel like 2 is something we've talked about, and then 1, if we're hearing that's only a 5 to 10%. I mean, I guess, is it possible that the analysis shows that 5 to 10% investment is outweighed by those operational savings? Like, is that the type of analysis that potentially comes back?
Potentially. I think
Okay.
we have to do the analysis and
that's
see what we can
necessarily the
pull out of it.
finding. Okay, I really appreciate that. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mover, I'm very intrigued by this report coming back, but I'm very apprehensive when you mention putting it back on the tax levy. So again, we've talked a lot about the structural issues. We know there's already a renewal deficit, and we've even had reports come about having a dedicated renewal levy for other infrastructure renewal, like bridges or other things that are eating up a lot of our renewal budget. So how do you, I'm concerned about if I'm being honest, I'm apprehensive about going down this path and having this go back on the tax levy. If we were going down this path to say, okay, well, maybe there's some savings in this program to dedicate to other renewal, I'd be more. So can you talk me through your logic there?
Well, I think it's a hierarchy of needs kind of a question, Councillor Rutherford. I think that I completely agree with you. I've expressed the same concern about the need for more maintenance and renewal dollars. I'm going to tie it back to a lot of those dollars came from MSI, and the reduction in MSI and LGFF has meant a reduction in maintenance and renewal dollars. I completely share the apprehension. But I have a greater apprehension right now with the property tax increases. And so this is a relief for now, not forever kind of an approach. And so I've got another subsequent coming that is in a similar vein. Is there stuff that we can put off? And I was going to speak to it, but you know, I get anyway. I'm cutting stuff in my household. There's things that I have to do in my house that I cannot afford to do, so I'm putting them off, even though it's a bad idea to put them off. But I'm compelled to. How do we share that imperative?
Okay. I guess to administration, when I was first reading this, point 1 and point 2, and I know we've had many talks about the scope of the neighborhood renewal pieces. I remember that report vividly about the changing the timing, because I remember at that point being very concerned about Dunluce neighborhood renewal being dropped off. So I remember that. I don't necessarily see point 2 being about spreading that time out again. We've already had that conversation. We can always go back to that report, and it was received for information. It's still information that's valid. I think the key is there scope changes that can happen to alleviate some of that? So I just want to make sure, is that going to be included in this report with point 2? So sure, dust off the old report, but I need, like, I'm not as interested in that, quite frankly.
Understood, Councillor, and I was inferring that in what I'm reading into point 1 and through this conversation. I think an important element is to show how we calculate and how we analyze what the growth elements are and what the core renewal elements are and what the differential is. And I know we've had questions on that in the past, so we'd be intentional with bringing that context as part of this.
And I want to dig into that a little bit, because I want to use 132 Ave as an example. And I can see, even though I can't see her, I'm sure Council Principe is smiling right now. You're telling me that 132 Ave from 127th Street to Fort Road, the renewal project there is only 5 to 10% growth?
We could bring that back. We have some preliminary analysis we're doing on that to make sure it's current and accurate. And but that could be happy to bring that back in that context.
Yeah, because I would be skeptical that and then I would question, if it is only 5 to 10% growth, I would question what we're categorizing as growth versus renewal. So I think it's to me, it's a good example of, yeah, I think that's a great one to me. If we could even break down a specific project like that into the cost elements, it would help me conceptualize it and also help with some of the inquiries I know that the 3 North Side councillors are getting around the cost of renewal versus growth of some of the things they're seeing on that project.
Understood, Councillor. And whether it infuses itself into this or an action to take away to provide that, I can make that commitment to you on both sides of this.
Sure, and if it needs a separate inquiry, happy to work with other colleagues on the north side to create that inquiry, just so it comes back as a formalized report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering, when you're doing the analysis and providing the breakdown of operational savings, would that include what we save by not having to go out and repair sidewalks and patch them and potholes and everything, or is this just savings for the renewal project itself?
I think we can take that away and explore giving a synopsis of both. Obviously, there's more maintenance that happens as your neighborhoods get older, but I see the focus of this being if you reduce the width of your roads, what's the operational savings over time of that? If you change some form and add a shared use path where there wasn't one before with that less road, then what are those trade-offs? So I'm trying to give some examples of that. And what's that look like from an operating and maintenance process for the asset?
Okay, so you provided an example or whatever. So I was out door knocking a couple weeks ago. Gentleman asked me when the neighborhood renewal was going to start in his area, because, and you can't see it, but the sidewalk is all patched up. There's pothole repairs that have been done. I'm just also wondering about, when we've got heaving of the sidewalks, what's our liability if someone trips and hurts themselves? So I just don't know, I don't think that this would take into account all those savings.
No, there's minimum requirements for if we hear about trip hazards to go and operationally maintain those. So that's a sidebar. So this wouldn't go into that level of detail. Okay. But we could try and do an analysis, and I do say try, we'll have to see how far we can go, of how the trends of an average neighborhood is on maintenance before and after we renew. And then there's the other elements of ongoing maintenance of different infrastructure before and after.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep, it does. Okay, and then, didn't get much sleep last night. Okay, and the new report then will be updated to sort of show current costs, like as a result of inflation and other factors?
I think that the new report will look at what, when we did the report 2 years ago, we got as specific as what neighborhoods might be delayed and by when. We're 2 years from that, and we need to reassess that and look at where we're at today in terms of what that 25-35% slowdown would look like from commitments already made.
Okay, but would, sorry, would that show by delaying things, in the end, we end up paying more?
I don't know that that would be part of this analysis. It would be what the slowdown looks like to our asset condition over time. That's the context of what was done before.
Okay. So I don't know if would be getting the information out of the report besides what we got 2 years ago. Okay, just doubling, checking. Nope, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans.
Just to speak, but
Okay.
right now?
No, we'll go through questions. Councillor Nag.
Just to speak.
Councillor Principe.
I'm also just to speak.
Okay. All right. So that concludes the questions on this. Okay. How many people are to speak? We'll start with Councillor Jans.
Okay, so I'm prepared to support it. I think it's important, especially for the operational cost savings piece, to get out there. Just how expensive roads and infrastructure in neighborhoods are. But I do have a hesitation that this is focusing attention in the wrong place. And we already know that we have a financial illiteracy problem in society when it comes to municipal finances. For example, this makes it sound like, to some extent, like renewal is the big cost, when we know the reason that our city is struggling is because of urban sprawl. We know that renewal is expensive, but it pales in comparison to the costs of the integrated infrastructure management plans for areas such as, like, when they did Descoteaux and found that in 2014 dollars, throw inflation on that, we would be losing $400 million. How many renewals could we do in 2014 dollars? How many neighborhoods could we do for that $400 million? And that's just 6 neighborhoods in Descoteaux. There's many more. So I get really apprehensive that, when we're looking at our budget, I think four renewals could cost $100 million. But in our 4-year capital budget, we're spending $1.8 billion on road infrastructure. And in the 8-year period, we're spending $4.2 billion. People don't know how much a billion is. A billion, 4.2 billion, we're spending $4,200 million on roads in an 8-year period. So the Yellowhead alone is $1 billion. And then we've got, the 50th Street overpass, $179 million. To Williger, the extension, $120 million. We look over and over at these pieces trying to find money, but we're clipping toenails here. We're not looking at the big picture, which is the urban sprawl and the critical growth boundary work that we need to do ahead of us and the infill work that we need to do ahead of us. Like, I'm so happy that ZBR passed. I'm glad that we're recommitting ourselves to looking at density in a lot of different areas, but the road work is incredibly expensive, and it's not all new. It is renewal. But just looking at the 4-year budget on roads, we're spending $837 million on growth, including, roadways, bridges, etc. The renewal, another $965 million. So as much as I'll support the inquiry because I do think it's important, I really don't want to miss the forest for the trees here for Edmontonians. I don't want them to be confused and see us talking about the dangers of renewal when really it's the dangers of continued urban sprawl that are what's really hurting our city.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I wanted to, again, show my support on this. I would slightly disagree with my previous colleague a bit, only because I mean, if you think about the chart we had in our presentation yesterday, neighborhood renewal is typically in the top 5 or 6 of all of our operational spending items. We've made decisions on policing that we're not really looking to cut that, although I know some want to, but overall council's made a decision that's not being touched. We made a decision that transit, in fact, we want to invest more in transit. Debt repayment on all of the other capital costs outside of neighborhood renewal. We've generally said we're moving forward on those. So I do think it's worth having a conversation, and I'm not sure I'm going to support a change, but I actually would prefer some of that additional context, because now that for the first time ever I'm going through neighborhood renewal, I was shocked, I will admit. Like, this is very much recency bias, but like in the last week, how many people have called me who are like, why are you putting a boulevard on my local road? And I was like, don't you want a boulevard on your local road? This is a good, you get better you get trees, it's going to keep it cooler, it's good for drainage. But I think there's a feeling that they feel it's so extravagant, and like they don't even believe me that it's like, no, we don't spend more than 10% and there's savings to be had. So I actually think even just from an explanation, it would be nice to have that, because I'm actually going into a meeting on Saturday with the neighborhood renewal team where I'm expecting a huge group of people who are like, don't build boulevards, which is an odd thing to be complaining about, I would have thought, but apparently not. This world continues to surprise me every day, even after 10 years. So let's get that information together. I think it tells a really good story. I am still open to the idea of what that looks like in spreading it over multiple years. It's a tough call, especially with some communities coming up, but let's at least show that we're willing to look at, we've had conversations about almost every other big budget item. We might as well include this one as part of that conversation. So I think we should support it to get that detail and to show how much you actually can benefit with that type of investment too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Rutherford, I was smiling. Thank you very much. I just wanted to share that I do represent a ward where several of the neighborhoods have had neighborhood renewal. And it is one of the top concerns that I get emails in regards to, whether it be the cost of the increase on their taxes or whether it be the actual building of it, like the actual design and the quality of work. So I would like to see this because you know what? Maybe it will give me clear-cut answers that I can say to constituents, yes, this is right. Look at, we're doing our due diligence, or maybe we're going to find areas where we can find some more efficiencies in regards to item 1. So as someone who represents several people, and when I was outdoor knocking recently, I was actually shown, and I took pictures of the quality that was just done within just 2 years ago. And there are some concerns I have with the quality of work. And I would like to see a report that this one, I don't think this report will necessarily go over the quality of work, but it will actually give us an opportunity to discuss it further. And as I said, maybe I'll get a report back that I can share with the residents showing that we are doing our due diligence. So that's why I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I'm interested in the information as well, and I think a refresher will be important. We just approved a fairly drastic tax increase yesterday, and given the current financial state of the city, I think it would be remiss if we didn't continue on that path of constant review and iteration. So I think timing of this, I'm okay with. In War Guided Heal, there are 3 renewal projects. One is, nearing construction or nearing the start of construction, and certainly our office gotten lots and lots of feedback. And while I think we've been able to kind of work with the team and answer a lot of those questions, it does make me wonder a little bit about some of the cost escalation compared to a few years ago. There's lots of reasons for that, of course. When we look at interest, cost of material, inflation, etc. But a common question we get is like, are we still building Cadillac even in renewal? And I will argue no. However, I think it'll be good to have this information to back some of that up. So I appreciate the mover for bringing this forward. I am concerned, however, about some of the intent of, how can we use this to offset tax levy? And I would think with such a large renewal deficit, with kind of the risks and challenges that have already been highlighted to us by administration, I think I'll just hesitate on some of that intent when this report does come back. But for now, I am interested in this. I think it's a worthy conversation, and I appreciate the mover for bringing this and administration for doing the work.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be pretty brief. For me, I will support this motion on the floor. I'm very intrigued by the conversation this will have, but for me, I want to be clear that this is a policy conversation. I see this as something that will bring back information about whether we have policies in place that we need to scale back, as opposed to scaling back the number of projects that we do per year. To me, we debated that at the 4-year budget, and this is a revisiting of that debate, which is fine if we want to in the new context of this fiscal situation. But I think the fiscal situation with renewal has just gotten more dire. And if we're going to start revisiting this, then definitely I am going to be open to revisiting the scope of several other big ticket capital projects that were also approved in the 4-year budget. So I would hope when this comes back that this is a policy conversation about, for example, landscaping. And if we're building certain landscaping, we have to balance that, the environmental, the, urban heat island effect, but also the cost of operation of shrub beds, right? And maintaining shrub beds. So those are the kind of conversations I want to have. I'm not really looking for that conversation on scaling back the timing of neighborhood renewal. As well, I'm also very intrigued about how we classify growth versus renewal in the context, because as I mentioned when I was asking questions, I see 132 Ave and have yet to be able to get an answer from administration about what is the cost breakdown between those two. I'm glad that work is underway and I look forward to getting that information. But for it to be 5 to 10%, I would think that certain things are then classified as renewal that are actually still enhancements and changes significant. So I see this as a policy question, not a program operational question when this does come back for debate. So I'm supporting it with that context in mind. I would absolutely not support any funding going back onto the tax levy from this debate. If anything, it would need to be reinvested in other renewal. I hear nothing but concerns from the constituents that I represent. 127th Street is a great example of that. I get emails weekly about the condition of that road, and it is not getting renewed in this 4-year budget cycle. And it is bumpy. I encourage any of my colleagues to drive down 127th Street from Yellowhead to Henday and recognize that that is not in the renewal budget for this 4-year budget cycle, or even potentially next one. So, because we have a renewal deficit. So I understand the tension and the temptation to want to put stuff like this on the tax levy and ease that burden. But again, we have to think about the long-term financial health of the organization and the long-term impact that's slowing these kind of things down. One of the biggest things we hear complaints about is potholes and the state of condition of our infrastructure. And we're doing a lot of things already in the long term to address that. You know, we're going to be talking about right sizing inventory, et cetera, et cetera. We're talking about the scope and scale of projects. We're talking about landscaping, but these things are all long-term conversations. And any money found is money that should be reinvested into public infrastructure, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. When these motions come forward for reports, I just think of the impact that it has on administration and the work that they do. And I think this is just a duplication, although we might get some more up-to-date costs, costing in here. I also, sort of look at what the outcomes are going to be. Am I going to vote in favor of reducing neighborhood renewal? Probably not. So for myself, I'm not sure what the purpose of the report would be. I would hope that the operational costs would also be considered by administration in the scope of rolling out these projects, where they can find cost savings. And as Councillor Rutherford had mentioned, I think for us at council, it is more of a policy consideration rather than, how wide we make the sidewalk or where we plant the plants. So I don't think I can support this, like I said, because it is, I think, duplication of work that was already done and debated years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak through an example. My house is about 30 years old. And time is tight when you work in this role, and there's a lot of stuff that my house needs. I need to repair my deck. I need to replace a couple of fences. I got to reshingle the roof. I need to buy some rain barrels. And my insurance company no longer insures the pipes in my house, so I'm replacing all the pipes. And I can't afford to do all that. It is all critical. None of it cannot be done. But I can no longer afford to do it all this year. Inflation has taken the cost of those things through the roof. I have to spread that work over the next 2 or 3 years, and I have to prioritize. So I know that because I'm not fixing my fences this year, I'm going to probably have to replace them in a couple of years because they're going to get that much further along. So not investing in the fence this year makes it much more expensive to replace next year. But I don't have the cash flow. So many of the people I represent are in the same predicament. They cannot afford all the increases. So I'm not suggesting that we stop maintaining and renewing bridges. Not suggesting that we stop maintaining and renewing the most critical infrastructure. This is not arterial roads. This doesn't affect 127th Street. This doesn't affect the hill going down to the low-level bridge, to the Walterdale Bridge. It doesn't mean main roads. It's neighborhoods. And yeah, that means that the sidewalk panels get a few more cracks and lift a little bit more. That means that the asphalt gets a bit more pitted. But neighborhood roads, by and large, don't carry buses. They don't carry big trucks. They can sit there a couple of years longer and not really affect the day-to-day actions of people. So in terms of not doing more maintenance renewal, I completely hear that. This is the last thing I want to do. This is a cash flow question. And, to suggest that we decided to do this in the 4-year plan, 2.5 years ago, and that no other adjustment can be made now for current conditions. Well, I'm doing that in my house, and so many people are doing that in their houses. So I think we have to have a look at it. And I've got another one where we have to have a look at stretching out our investments in our capital projects over more time. Not because they're not necessary, not because they're not critical, but because we can't afford to do everything that we want to do in 3 years. We might have to do it in 5 or 6. It's as simple as that. And if we don't if we don't approach things in that way, if we're deaf to the concerns that people are expressing in terms of their cash flow, which pays our cash flow, I don't know. I don't think we can just turn a blind eye to that and say, nope, we're not talking about that. So I'm looking for things that are important but not critical, that are actual cash flow and actual tax levy, not other things. And I'm going to keep talking about them, because I think until we can even out the finances, we need to actually really look at this stuff. This is what people do. This is what corporations do. This is what, frankly, what any other entity but government does, is talk about delaying costs, not because you want to, but because you have to. I think we have to have a look at that.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. So please vote.
I'm a yes.
Oh,
Thank you, Councillor Cartwell.
I am a no.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Councillor Wright's a no.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, and Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Knack, I'm going to cede the chair to you because I have to go.
Okay.
I do have a subsequent. I know how many other subsequents are other members have,
I
right?
think the only other one was another one by Councillor Cartmel. I haven't heard of any others.
Right.
So we can just finish with Councillor Cartmel's subsequent and then revisit yours when you come back.
Yeah, I'll be back around 1:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a time specific, so we'll do
Yeah.
that after the time specific.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Cartmel, for your other subsequent.
Thank you. I'm just putting it in the chat. So my motion is that city administration undertake an analysis of the 2023 to 2026 capital plan and identify options to reduce the impact on the tax levy. So,
just hang on, I need a seconder. I see someone reaching to the mic.
Second.
Thank you. I've got a seconder, Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please just take your 2 minutes to introduce.
2 minutes. So in much the same vein, I started off by looking at pay-as-you-go. Pay-as-you-go, as discussed yesterday, is funded by excess investment returns and tax levy, and is put into annual capital spending, if I can say it that way. And I know I'm generalizing, so it's not precise, but effectively, if we can reduce the amount of money we pay on pay-as-you-go, we can return some dollars to the tax levy. And in the same sort of vein, if we've got a program that is going to be consuming money over 3 years and we can stretch that to 6 and pay less each year, then we can return some of those dollars to the tax levy. I've done some analysis. I can provide a few examples. There's places where this is not a good idea, where pay-as-you-go is a very small element of a larger project and that is debt funded, for example. There's programs that are critical that we want to keep the pay-as-you-go funding going. But I want us to look at where we can, how do we reduce costs that are contained within the operations budget that speak to capital by slowing the pace of some capital programs. So I'll leave it there. There may also be we talked about yesterday how there was some reductions in debt service, some $30 million, round numbers, that was found in debt service, and some of that was repurposed. Well, it was all repurposed to pay-as-you-go, and then some dedicated to the Glen Ridding piece. There's still some $23 million that is going to pay-as-you-go. Where is it going? What projects it is supporting? It's maintenance and renewal dollars typically, but that could have been returned to the tax levy. And I purposely didn't say that yesterday as part of our tax levy conversation, because I want to do this analysis first and see what other dollars could be found in the capital plan that could, for now but not forever, be returned to the tax levy.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford with questions?
Yeah, I'm actually just working with the city clerk on an amendment to this motion. just seeing if they have it. I'm just, if,
We are just loading it right now.
Can we come back if we're loading? Do you want me to go to Councillor Hamilton for questions first? Or do you want to?
if it's quickly loading, then I think it's fine.
Okay.
Because Councillor Hamilton might have questions based on
Fair enough. Yep.
what happened, just,
No, that's great. We'll see if the clerks will get that up right away, and then we'll let you do the amendments, and then we'll discuss that first.
if, to the clerk, is it going to take a minute? Because if it is, then I won't hold up, but if it's ready right now, then,
It'll be about just 1 minute.
okay, then maybe I'll wait and come back.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I appreciate that this is sort of a broad-based motion to look at reducing impacts on the tax levy from the capital plan. Are you anticipating that this motion would contemplate things like a longer borrowing timeline, like 3 year, like moving from 3 years to 5 years, that kind of thing?
That's to me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think on the debt service side, I don't know that we can stretch it over farther because that gets into sort of a smoothing and balancing things. I'd leave that to a financial expert. But there might be something to delaying, certain projects. So this is where I want to do the analysis because I don't want to misspeak. But if I look at the Ambleside Yard piece as an example, we're planning to start borrowing many tens of millions in 2024. If that was delayed a year or two, not that I want to do that, but if we haven't done any substantial work and we can put those costs off and return the borrowing cost or the debt service cost of the tax levy for now and take it later, that's the kind of analysis I want to do.
Okay, and that makes sense to me. And to maybe administration, is that your understanding of this, that you sort of have that broad, I'm going to say this motion would give you that broad permission to look at ways to smooth out both project management and borrowing over time?
So maybe on the borrowing, I would just say that we're always constrained. We can never borrow for a longer term than the life of the asset. And so there might be a little bit of movement there, and we could certainly look at that, but there are still constraints there. But I think the motion as written gives us a pretty pretty wide direction to look at all the things. And I would consider that to be things like scope, changes, policy, timing, delays, timing of borrowing, all of that.
Great. And I note that there isn't a due date. How long would you need to complete this kind of analysis?
I think we'd aim to bring, it's a big piece of work, but I think we'd aim to bring it back for before the fall SOBA or along with the fall SOBA.
Yeah, that would be helpful information to have for the fall SOBA. So I might make a friendly amendment that I hope it's friendly to add a due date of on or before fall, Q3 2024.
I'm going to say yes because there isn't a date on it already, so it doesn't even have to be friendly. We'll make sure it's in order with a date, and the in order motion would be Q3. Perfect. Anything else, Councillor?
And if
sorry, there you go.
I say Q3, but if we need Q4, and that helps administration align, I think that flexibility is there, but you can work it out with agenda review.
Great. Anything else?
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Rutherford as I believe her amendment is ready.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Knack. So I'd like to move an amendment to the motion on the floor that we delete to reduce the impacts on the tax levy and replace with to look for opportunities for critical capital investments.
Second.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Tang. Do you want to take 2 minutes to introduce?
Yeah, I think similar to my apprehensions with the last motion from on the subsequent I appreciate the household analogy, but I will also use a household analogy. And if I have budget and I need critical work done on my house, I'm spending that money on my house. I'm not putting that money somewhere else or putting it back on something else like investments or savings or anything else. I'm using it for the critical infrastructure that's needed. We know we have a major problem with, for example, our replacement of our transit fleet. Like, there's just so many things that we know we need to do. So I am interested in this conversation. I'm not interested in this conversation related to, again, putting this money back on the tax levy, especially pay as you go. I remember in the 4-year debate how precious pay as you go was. It was the only way we were able to fund certain things, from libraries to affordable housing, because those can't come off of our debt financing. They have to use pay as you go. So the more we do things like even entertain the idea of putting pay as you go back on the tax levy, the more we're limiting any options for flexibility in the future. So I'm willing to support the original motion with this amendment. If this amendment fails, I would not be able to support the original motion on the floor.
Thank you very much. Now, questions only on the amendments. Councillor Salvador, do you have questions on the amendments?
Yeah, briefly.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had a seconder. Councillor Tang, yeah? Yeah. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much. Oh, the wording just went away. There we go. Yeah, just to the mover, thanks for bringing this forward. When using the language of critical capital investments, you used fleet replacement and renewal as an example. Just want to make sure we have a shared understanding there that renewal absolutely would be on the table. That's your intent?
Yes, and I would be leaving that for administration to potentially identify where they see some, if we're not spending money here, where can we be spending that money in that is the most critical need. So I would want that as part of this report.
Okay, great. And just to administration, is that how you would interpret this as well? Seeing the language of the critical capital investments, I just want to...
Seeing the language that's coming and hearing the conversation, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans on the amendment?
Yeah, I like the critical capital. Does the mover of the amendment have an idea if this went full send it, what the reduction would be what the reduction would be to the tax levy? In other words, what are we talking about here? Maybe I could put that question to administration. Like I know in the chart where your municipal tax dollars go, $8.74 a day. Of that, $1 goes towards debt repayment. And I totally agree with the mover's sentiment that we should be doing capital first, but I guess maybe can I ask administration, so of that $1 a day for debt repayment, how much of that is already committed in the ground, things that we paid for, LRT, Yellowhead, etc.?
Well, the numbers that you see in debt servicing in the budget are for the things that are already underway.
So what
right?
is not
like debt
Yeah, are we talking about like in the wildest reading of this? Are we talking about 400 million, 300 million
of debt servicing?
Yeah. Like
no. So I guess the thing that I would say about debt servicing is the thing that makes the use of debt appealing is that for a small amount of annual funding, you can get a really large project. The reverse of that is also true. To remove a small annual amount of funding, you're going to have to cut something really large. What I think that this motion does do is give us the ability to look at all the things, not just debt servicing, but also, are there policy changes? Are there scope changes? Are there changes in priorities based on what we know now versus what we know then? All of those things.
Yeah, I understand that, but and I appreciate that, and I like it. What I'm trying to understand though is, like, for example, if we set Ambleside Yards off a year, what would be the impact to the tax levy? It's what, 180 million, so roughly 0.2%.
So anything that's borrowed on debt, $100 million is roughly $100 million in borrowing is roughly $7.5 million a year in annual servicing.
Which is like
If you
0.2.
put it off a year, you just push that back 1 year. You have to not do it to truly save the money.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to understand is like, are we like if the mover or the amender, like what are we actually talking about in terms of a change here?
So I'm just going to jump in. What we're actually talking about right now is just the amendment to changing from the impact on the tax levy to change the wording to the critical capital investments.
And I agree with that, and that's fine. I'm just trying to get a dollar figure for what we're actually talking about because I think there's still the perception out there that like I don't know, does the
I think it's maybe a relevant question to the original mover, but not for the amendment right now. Like
okay, well,
I'm hearing what you're saying, but
I'll leave it be, and
Yeah.
I'll try and get that when this gets resolved.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go, I'm not actually jumping the queue with Councillor Wright. She had put her name on the list, but it took a while to show up on eScribe before Councillor Hamilton. So Councillor Wright, you were next officially when I saw the...
Thank you. You saw me trying to, put my name on the list. So I didn't quite like the specificness of the tax levy, and I'm still not the specificity of the critical capital investments as well. I'm wondering if the mover would also entertain adding on there for critical capital investments or otherwise improve our financial position. So that could maybe mean those savings being put towards reserves, being put towards debt servicing to the tax levy. The mover of the amendment? Hello?
Councillor Rutherford?
I think they're trying to call in. They sent a message.
Yes, we'll provide the information to Councillor Rutherford to get her online in a different form.
Okay.
Give him a moment.
And then I'll wait patiently for her answer. Okay.
Do you have other questions?
And that's all okay, so maybe Ms. Padbury, because there are other options that we could do with some savings found in capital, right? But besides just tax levy or redistributing it to other capital projects?
Yeah, I think budget is about resource allocation.
Okay.
I think, sorry, and maybe it's not my place to do this, but I think if you could do something like, I understand the intent of the motion is to try and find any funding that we can. And what I think I'm hearing is what you do with that funding, some people might like to reduce the tax levy and others might like to redirect it. If you could make the motion be like annual funding for redirection, and you could decide at a later date whether you'd like to direct that to tax levy reductions or if you'd like to direct that to anything else.
So when we get that information, then we can debate at that time what we're going to do with it, if there is any. Okay.
I don't think that this sentence changes anything else we do, though. We're going to go look for all the things that we could do to have less annual impact.
So then could we amend the amendment just to say to delete the tax levy?
No.
Okay.
I know where you're trying to get with it, but because this is a delete and replace, it's a little tougher than even saying if you wanted to add an and or in between those two. So
Okay.
I think at the moment you're going to have to either see if once the original or the mover of the amendment is willing to consider withdrawing so you can make that amendment, and if they're not, then you would have to vote on the amendments, and if that were to fail, you could propose the amendment you've suggested. So I think that's where we'll have to go at the moment. What we'll do is if Councillor Rutherford is back on, which is not the case yet. Do you have any other questions in the meantime? Okay,
no,
well, we'll come back to you as soon as she's back on. We'll go to Councillor Hamilton right now on the amendments.
So it's hard without the mover here. to ask questions of the mover. I guess maybe starting with administration. I am interpreting the reduce impact on the tax levy sentence differently. Reducing the impact on the tax levy to me reads as create conditions by which you don't have to requisition more tax, versus returning money to the tax levy, which would be essentially using savings found to reduce for one-time tax reductions. That's how I kind of read that differently. Am I misunderstanding that? Is this on?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Yeah, I think if we're reducing the, I don't know, Stacy, what do you think?
Sorry, maybe the pause was, I wasn't sure if that was directed towards administration.
Yeah, well, Councillor Rutherford wasn't on the line when I started asking questions, so I guess I can defer that question. Councillor Rutherford, I understand that you might be trying to broaden the. I guess I read the impact on the tax levy a bit differently. Is your intention with this amendment to broaden the scope by which administration so to reduce impact on the tax levy, just it feels like we're trying to do two different things. Reducing impact on the tax levy speaks to borrowing, and opportunities for critical capital investments seems to speak to investing. And I'm not sure if that was your intention, but I read the original motion as being addressing the borrowing issue.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and I'm sorry that I dropped off to everyone. My internet's still not up.
I can't hear the response.
Oh, she's coming through in the room here. Can you try again, Councillor Rutherford?
Hello?
I can hear you. Councillor Hamilton, can you hear her?
I cannot. I can't hear you anymore either. I don't know what is going on.
Oh. Anyone else online? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
This might be a Councillor Hamilton problem now, I think, on her entry. Councillor Hamilton, can you hear us?
Could you pause my time? This is comically
Yes, don't worry.
Bad today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you hear us now, Councillor Hamilton?
No, I'm just reading the subtitles.
Oh, okay.
So should I still continue if you can read the subtitles, or should we wait to address the issue?
Yeah, just now I can hear you. Just continue, please.
Let's try again. Councillor Rutherford, go
Okay.
ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks for the question, Councillor Hamilton. I think, this is when you get these motions without any advance warning, there's no time to suss out that nuance. And so the fact that we all interpret it different is concerning. When I read the original motion, and if I was an Edmontonian, I would read that as that you're going to reduce the tax levy. That is how that would read to me. And so I would say it's the opposite of expanding the scope. I would say it's narrowing the scope and saying if there is any money to be found, whether it's through debt financing changes, right, in terms of timing, whether it's scope changes to current projects, that money can be done, that it's a pool of funding similar to OP12 that can be reinvested into other capital. So to me, it's similar to the OP12 with the operating, but now we're doing that on the capital side. That's what my intention is with amendments.
Yeah, I think actually, I would wager that maybe this motion would benefit from you talking to Councillor Cartmel, because I believe that there is I'm going to say a smoothing, a timing exercise that's baked into this. That's my read. And I hear you talking about reallocation and reprioritization, which I think is also valid, but I think might be a different motion. So I would, I don't see anyone else on the board, but I know that we have to come back after lunch. We have another item, and that Mayor Sohi also has an item. So I might submit that this motion be postponed until later in the meeting so that we could maybe smooth some of that out.
Thank you. I also know that Councillor Wright was thinking of doing an amendment to the amendment. So I'll maybe look to the Assembly, which is that, do we want to have that amendment to the amendment put on the floor, or would it be better for a slightly early recess so that the three councillors who have amendments can chat to see if there's a way forward? I'm open to either. We've got 8 minutes left, so we can put that on, but if there's an openness, we could just recess slightly early. I'm seeing in the room recess slightly early is supporting. Anyone online, is there any issue with that? Okay, I'm not here.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Yeah, Councillor Rutherford said not an issue.
Okay, perfect. Then let's do a recess now, and I would encourage, some dialogue over lunch break to see some options. Thank you. We're on.
And then do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello?
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans. Hello. All right, so Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Paquette are not here yet. Can someone move? We go in camera, please.
I'll move that, subject to some sections of FOIP that exist. 17, 19, and 24.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen.
Councillor Stevenson is in favor.
Yes.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Salvers, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Wright is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I guess
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I'm a yes since he Scribe's fighting me again.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Yes.
And Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you. Okay, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a couple of minutes.
We should stay at this time. We should go back to standard time. Is it in the same time zone as BC?
Oh, she is.
Oh, yeah, there's some like weird mathematician.
Greenwich?
I don't know.
Not yet. We haven't voted yet.
We are live.
We are alive. I'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Yes?
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang is here, Councillor Hamilton, yeah, Councillor Rutherford,
Councillor Hamilton, are you able to jump into the other Google Meet?
Councillor Rutherford,
Yeah, I'm here.
okay, Councillor Salvador is here, Councillor Cardinal is here, Councillor Rice,
I'm here.
and Councillor Jans is here. I'll check again. Councillor Stevenson,
Oh, I'm here. There wasn't any audio coming through, but we've got you now.
okay, and Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
you're there, and Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Okay, everyone is here. You have motion ready, Aileen? I'm going to cede the chair to Councillor Knack.
I will take the chair.
My God. Okay. Well, that's okay. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Sohi. Yeah.
I will move that the employment offer as outlined in attachment 1 of the April 23rd, 2024.
We're in public, so anyone could be here.
Yeah, Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02467, be approved, that the Janine Marigold be appointed as the city auditor for the city of Edmonton. That the materials as outlined in attachment 2 of the April 23rd, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02467, be approved. That the April 23rd, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02467, remain private, subject to Section 17, Personal Information, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. I'll take that motion. I'll look to maybe a member of the committee for a second.
Second.
Perfect. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Are we? Yeah, we're streaming. We're good. Everyone can hear us. Any questions? Anyone wishing to speak? Mayor Sohi to close?
Just want to take a moment on behalf, oh, we got to vote first before I can congratulate, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can, so why don't we vote, and then you as chair can just say whatever you want after. So, let's, please vote, everyone.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice?
I'm yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. I will turn. And I'll turn the chair over to Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. So Janine, on behalf of City Council, we want to extend you our congratulations for being selected and approved by Council to be our city auditor. You've been with the organization more than a decade, and all of us have seen your work, and you filled in into that interim role, and you took on that responsibility and done a phenomenal job. And we are so grateful that you are stepping into this permanent role now, and we look forward to continue to work with you, and we wish you all the best, and we are so happy. We are so happy that you are taking on this additional and the new responsibility. Not really new, but still new responsibility, right? And wish you all the best, and look forward to working with you and also with your team. Yeah, once again, congratulations. Do you want to say a few words?
I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm super excited about this and very honored to have been selected and to sort of support the city and you and my staff going forward. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No, thank you for accepting this as well. You know, you've been here for long enough, right? And I can safely speak on behalf of council that every day that we get to work with the team that is in this room, that team that is beyond this room, every day we get impressed with the talent, expertise, commitment, and passion that everyone who works for the city carries with them, and how dedicated they are to this organization, and how they're making a difference in people's lives, right? And your team is doing the same as well, right? So welcome again. Oh, no, congratulations again. Yeah, good. Okay, good. All right.
Mayor Sohi, we are still on subsequent motions to 7.1. We had a motion on the floor with an amendment on the floor. I look to Councillors Cartmel, Rutherford, and Wright, who was about to make an amendment to give us some direction on where we were going from here.
Can we get that motion on the screen, please? So main motion is from Councillor Cartmel, and the amendment is from Councillor Rutherford, right?
You are correct.
So we are on the amendment to the subsequent motion, and Councillor Hamilton is next in the queue to speak or ask questions.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor.
Yeah.
I think that this was postponed, just that we went for a recess a bit early over lunch. During the lunch break, myself, Councillor Cartmel, and the city clerk, as well as Councillor Wright, all together. And so the cleanest movement forward is if Councillor Cartmel withdraws his motion, it automatically withdraws my amendment, and then the motion can be restated by Councillor Cartmel.
Okay, well, do that then. Councillor Cardinal, can
I'm
you
fine by that.
Okay, so can you withdraw, please? Oh, unanimous
don't-
consent to withdraw?
I think the process is different, isn't it? That the amendment has to be withdrawn first and then the motion?
Yes, we should do it in that order
Yeah.
officially, yes.
Okay, I withdraw the amendment.
Okay, everyone agrees, withdrawn. Okay, and now Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah, and I'll withdraw my motion.
Seems
And I'm not-
unanimous.
Sorry, go ahead. And then I can offer a restated motion?
Yeah, so let
or
me do,
does that
unanimous
mean-
consent to withdraw. Good, all right, now Councillor Cardinal, can you reinstate your motion, please?
Sure.
Subsequent, sorry.
So the restated motion would be as follows, that administration undertake an analysis of the 2023 to 2025 capital plan to identify options to reduce tax levy impacts. Just making sure I got this right. Look for opportunities for critical capital investments and or options for redirection of annual funding. So the way it's on the board, rather than say reduce the tax levy, identify options to
So
reduce tax levy impacts.
Got it. And Councillor Hamilton is the seconder, right?
Yes, second.
Got it, thank you. Please make the introduction now, Councillor Cardinal.
It's largely the same. You know, I guess this addresses apprehensions around reducing the tax levy, and you know, as Councillor Hamilton pointed out, it's not levy necessarily; it's tax levy impacts that is the intent of the motion. So when the wording is changed, it'll reflect that apprehension. And I think, as has been stated, that you know, analysis will take place, options will be identified, and then what we do with those options it will be a joint council decision at that time, whether it's reinvestments, reductions, what have you.
Okay, now questions, Councillor Hamilton?
I didn't have questions. I'm just on the board from before.
Got it. And Councillor Wright?
Same here.
Same here. Okay. Sorry, I missed the part of the debate in the morning. Can you take the chair, Councillor Nick?
Yeah, I've got the chair.
So I just need one clarification. Maybe this is to Councillor Cardinal. When we say 2023, 2025 capital plan, are we also talking about projects that we have already approved? Are there opportunities for rescaling back, or what? Like, what? Can you explain me a little bit more about?
Well, the intent would be, and and Mr. Wobble might have something to say about it, but the intent is not to stop or pause or in any way get in the way of what's already proceeding, what's already contracted, what's already happening.
Okay.
You know, where there's bundles and envelopes of dollars, for instance, that and nothing is substantially started, and a delay might have, you know, might provide some funding that can be reallocated or otherwise used. It's not to stop anything that's in progress. And I think, you know, part of the analysis would be that there's no negative impact of any changes to budgets.
Yeah, I would concur. That's the approach we would take. And just to flag, did you want it to be the full budget cycle, 26 or 25?
Well, I think I can see both sides. I was thinking the completion of the capital plan, which would be 2026, but there's also not imposing on the work of the next council. So there's kind of two considerations there.
Understood. We can analyze and bring back context of either. So I'm good either way.
So, for example, we gave approval to, I'll just pick one project, right? Say Ambleside Yard. We gave approval. That might be I know where that project is in the planning or design, right? But you will look at that project, right?
Yeah, we'll look at it, look at what commitments we have with our external partners, and then see what opportunities are, if there are, and how there are.
Yeah. Yep. But you may not look at Lewis Farm, that is already contract is already signed.
Right, it's further along for sure, so that would be a different context, if any. Yeah,
got
exactly.
it. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah.
I'll return the chair.
I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a sense of like how many dollars are in question and what would be the tax levy impact potentially here. Like, I don't want anybody to get the impression that, like, if this changes, we can go from an 8.9% tax increase to a 3.9% tax increase. Like, as I read it, this could mean an 8.9 to an 8.8.
So yeah, thank you for the reminder. I appreciate you had that apprehension. The intent is not to in any way diminish the public's perception of how important renewal is or how important the capital plan is. But some stuff can perhaps be stretched out. So let me give you an example, either way, because I've been digging into the pay-as-you-go funded stuff. So for instance, there is a line item in our budget that says facility planning and design for growth projects. No offense, Mr. Walton. What are we designing for growth projects? Our debt is to the tips. We haven't got a dollar for anything. So there might be a little bit of stuff that we're looking at, but there is $18 million over the next 3 years, which is nothing more than design money. I'm not sure we need that, or that we need all of it. So let's have a look at that line item. Conversely, on pay-as-you-go, we have affordable housing land acquisition. I don't think anybody here wants to slow that down at all. So there's a differentiator, but there is a lot of pay-as-you-go money that goes into our capital budget. So I don't think it's an 8.9 to 8.8. It might not be a reduction at all, but let's go comb through the budgets and see what we can find.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that makes much more sense, and I think it helps manage expectations for me and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Nope.
Nope, that's from before.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just to administration, so the way that I read this motion, would it be including any recommendations? So there's going to be options that are on the table. Will administration provide recommendations as to whether or not to pursue those options or to proceed with them?
I think we have an approved capital budget that we have direction to and will continue to. So I think it would be more options for consideration for you than recommendations from us, because that would be, we need council direction once you see what opportunities there are.
Right, and I guess that's one of my concerns is, I mean, during the 4-year budget, administration brought forward recommended projects. Council said yes to a number of those. Council also brought forward a number that were not recommended, but decided to move forward with. I appreciate that we wouldn't be sort of touching projects that are far enough along and it's not feasible, but I can see us getting to a place where we're relitigating projects that are in those early stages, and I just don't know, like, does that create a degree of uncertainty in your shop as well?
I think the honest answer is it could from commitments made and where we were planning, but in fairness, how far along they are and decisions that need to be made each year is something that we are always open to exploring at the will of council. So yeah, we have a 4-year plan and we're proceeding on it, and we'll give you the current status of that if this goes forward.
Okay, and then maybe just another question. I recognize that what's being proposed is sort of a discrete body of work to go away and do this analysis. Is it fair to say that administration is always looking for opportunities to ensure that those projects are happening as efficiently as possible? And if there are critical capital investments that need to be made, we'd be prioritizing those over other projects?
I'm going to say yes. We're always looking at the accuracy, the currency of our projects. We're doing budget adjustments, some administratively, some to you when they're big enough scale. So we're always optimizing each project and looking at the global capital budget that we have for that purpose.
I understand you haven't done the analysis, obviously, but can you even give a ballpark of what, given that you are constantly doing optimization, do you think there will be opportunities to harvest, I guess, savings and redirect those savings through this exercise? And to what are we talking in terms of scale of savings?
Yeah, in fairness, I don't know that I can characterize that properly without at least taking a look. I will remind everyone that although we're, getting close to halfway through 24, the way that our budgets work, we're really at least halfway into the budget cycle in terms of commitments and how they work. So we're already halfway through, so we're already limiting ourselves an opportunity just given where we're at. But the scale of it, it's tough for me to say without doing a bit of looking from this context.
Sure. Yeah, that's very fair. And maybe just what is being asked of you through this motion, is that sort of readily available? Is it gonna take a lot of time and energy to put this together?
I can let Stacy jump in here as well, but first we'll do an analysis of funding source, and then we'll be doing a look at where we're at with our projects. So they're already in, like, we have all the information, it's just filtering it through. So it will be work, and we'll have to look through that. But I don't think it's doable within the time frame that this was talked about.
And anything to add there, Ms. Padbury?
Maybe the only thing that I would add is some of the things that I think we'd be looking at is, are there policies that we can change? And we've done some preliminary work on that as it is, and so it's an extension of, it provides an opportunity to bring back some stuff that we've already been working on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just have one outstanding question, and then I think I'm ready to speak to it at the time. There's a project in the ward, the Cumberland Fire Station, which I understand is already a little bit behind schedule. It would be in this space where, would this motion on the floor delay that further? Because there are critical safety concerns around that fire station needing to be built. And I need to know if this motion would forestall that work further.
I would say, Councillor, that nothing is slowing down on any of our projects, and part of the exercise is more a global review, and we won't be changing course on any projects without further direction from Council, if that helps.
Okay, so if I'm just crystal clear on this, if this motion passes today, you're still going on, again, similar to the last discussion, business as usual, all your projects, your programs are happening as per the plan today. And then we can have that policy discussion and any further direction when this report comes back.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that was my only question. I'll speak to it when the time is appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tang? Councillor Itis to speak.
Okay. Did you have questions?
I just can't get myself off the board.
Oh, okay. I guess sort of along similar lines, I'm wondering about, say, our affordable housing projects. You know, some of them are in the works already. We have Housing Accelerator Fund. You know, even just in this meeting, we've already approved a couple more. This will not slow down any of those projects, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, this motion doesn't speak to a pause or a slowdown of anything. It speaks to a review to bring back to you for consideration. Okay, and that's all that we'll be doing with this.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that cleared on record. And then I think, is the timeline still the same, Q3? Yes?
You tell us, but I would have assumed that it was restated with the same deadline.
Okay.
The only thing that I would say about Q3 is that's September 30th. Like, if we were going to bring it to align with the budget, I wouldn't mind if we could maybe say October 31.
Is there any way for it earlier?
I think I answered that before.
Okay. Okay. Just checking. I mean, I'm okay with that. So should we just say like October? I don't know, Q4?
We've put October to 2024.
Did you? Okay. All right, perfect. All right, whatever. Okay, thank you. This is not working.
Okay, so that concludes the questions on this. Now anyone to speak? I don't have the list, can't see the list.
We're just going to see if this.
Here you go.
Yes.
No one to speak. Oh, Councillor Rutherford to speak. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just quick. I appreciate the mover working to come to a compromise that's a little bit more holistic. So thank you for that. I think it's a great example of putting our heads together I do overall want to say my comments still stand regarding especially pay as you go. I am very, very concerned about pay as you go, even being considered being put on the tax levy. It is how we pay for many things that we otherwise can't debt finance. And it allows us a lot more flexibility. And we know we have critical needs in our infrastructure. As the mover had already pointed out, we know we have less money coming in from infrastructure from other orders of government. And so to that piece still causes me concern. I'm willing to have the report and have the debate, but I want to be really clear with Edmontonians and the constituents that I represent that are listening or going forward that I would not entertain this in any way reducing the tax levy when I hear consistent concerns from the residents that I represent about the state of our current infrastructure and how they want to see that infrastructure improved. So I just will support this, but very concerned still about the discussion around tax levy impacts or even the expectation that that is setting up for Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. You know, really appreciate this motion. I can see the value and the benefit of going down this path and carrying out this exercise. But I won't be able to support it. And I think there's two primary reasons. I think hearing administration's answers about the ongoing work that they already do to optimize our approach to our capital plan, I'm confident in that process. I also have a fairly major concern that this opens the door to relitigating projects that this council has already approved. I think we have opportunities on a regular basis with our financial updates to consider the pace and prioritization of projects and tweaks if we need to do that. But I think that this really complicates that process and introduces a degree of uncertainty and instability into our capital plan that I don't think is appropriate at this time. So yeah, won't be able to support it, but appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to why I'm supporting this. So I wouldn't be interested in relitigating any of our capital projects. What you win, you lose. Obviously, everyone around the table knows that once projects are undertaken, they're in the queue. It's either council directed or it's directed by administration. It's needed. But I think that there, through the debate this morning and the questions that were asked, there was an opportunity to talk about staging. I think in the past there's been some conversation about how many projects we've actually been able to initiate, and the money sits. The projects sit. So I think it's helpful to have that perspective, and to talk about it a little bit, not outside the budget cycle, but just prior to our fall budget adjustment. I've heard a will from this council to look at, I'm going to say the underlying, I'll say the rock bed. Look at the rock bed of our policies and our processes to understand how they are building our budget. And I think it's okay if we get to a point where it's, we understand and no changes are needed. But what I've heard time and again from council is that there are questions. And I think everyone wants to know, can we undertake this process better? Is there more clarity that we can provide? Understand how the processes, strategies, and policies that we build as a council do contribute or are actualized in both the operating and the capital plan. So I don't see this as taking us to that point of reconsideration. Again, I wouldn't support that, but I do think that indulging some of that curiosity with respect to how our capital plan is being staged out will help us maybe respond to some of the pressures we're feeling on the capital side. Infrastructure is very important. I think it's one of the most important roles we have. So I think it's a valuable exercise and a valuable conversation to have at budget. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Now to Councillor Katmartikos.
Great, thank you. I would say that this is fraught with opportunity. I'd say, first of all, you know, the conversation in the public domain over the last day, over the last couple of weeks, over the frankly, since the conversation started at the fall SOBA, has been, at least from what I've heard, is try to find a way to reduce what we're spending. That's what we're doing around our kitchen table. That's what we're doing at our company table. What can we do to reduce the amount of money that's flowing out? And so there's a real possibility there. I, too, do not want to relitigate contracts or projects. I'm not talking about backtracking on anything. But there is opportunity to examine the scope and spectrum of a number of these projects. Ambleside, as an example, it's been the one that I brought up. It's one that Mayor Sohi brought up. It's a service garage for 14 trucks. Councillor Walters and I were talking about this 4 years ago. I have designed and built buildings at oil sands plants in far less time than this has taken. And I know that sounds really critical, but something's going on that's taken a really long time to get a service garage built. This is not unique. This is not a planetarium. It's not a swimming pool. It's a service garage. So there's an opportunity here to start examining scope, start examining procedure, start examining deal flow, start examining the cost of project management on projects. This is wide open. This is open-ended. So when we talk about impacts on the tax levy, that is not necessarily how do we reduce the tax levy or how do we reduce taxes. It could be that. But it's about impacts. How do we reduce the cost of this plan, which might give us dollars for a different plan? How do we reduce the cost and stretch out the time? All of those considerations. This is what we are being asked to do. This is what the people we represent are asking us to do. Turn over every rock, find a way. Look at all the dollars we spend. And I don't think that this is out of line. This is not, I'm going to read between the lines here that, you know, that there's some apprehension around bike lane projects or all that. That's not my intent. That is, as the mover and the original creator of the concept of this motion, that is not my intent. I was not, I will, by example, say, I've said I don't like them, and I said that I voted against them twice. That's done. It was the same thing with LRT 5 years ago. I said my piece. I didn't like it. I still don't like it, but I have kept my peace. I have not set anybody's hair on fire. I haven't gone out to relitigate. We made a decision as a council. I'm doing my level best to support that decision. So that is not the intent of this motion. But there is a lot of stuff that's going on in our capital plan work that I think that we can really have a solid look at and really think about. And that's what this motion says. And I want to circle back to the idea that the province gives us less money by way of operating capital grants. LGFF is a whole lot less than MSI was 5 years ago, a lot less, and we have not adjusted. What we've done is we've taken the gap and put it on taxes. And that is a problem that we should consider, not necessarily reverse, but consider and think about. This is what provinces do. They reprofile their funding. They tell you you're going to get your money, but you're going to get it in 11 years instead of 8. I know that because I used to do that when I worked at the Treasury Board. So taking the same amount of money that we're going to spend and doing it over 6 years instead of 4 or 8 years instead of 5 is not the worst. It doesn't mean we get less. It just means we wait a little longer for it. So all of those things we need to think about. We need to think about every one of them because a not quite 9% property tax increase is not meeting with approval. They want us to figure it out. They want us to look harder. This is part of that.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. So please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Mine worked this time. It didn't work last time.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're looking for Councillor Principe, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
I didn't actually say yes yet. I think you said I did, but I'm going to say yes formally.
Then I thought I heard you. Sorry. Thank you. My apologies.
No problem.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Okay, where, are there other subsequents from other council colleagues? Just me, so I will cede the chair to you.
I've got the chair. Please go ahead.
Thank you. All right. I will move that administration return with an action plan to August 14, 2024, Executive Committee, and the recommendations on how to respond to structural budget issues, growth challenges over the next 3 supplemental budget adjustments while ensuring the long-term financial sustainability of the corporation.
I'll take a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Wright, please go ahead and take your 2 minutes to introduce.
Yes, we undertook OP12 exercise, and that did realize close to $157 million in changes. So I think we need to absolutely communicate that better with Edmontonians about the efforts that we have made. But despite that, we continue to experience these structural challenges, and I want to have in-depth conversation with administration around what more we can do, look into how the budgets are built, and are there opportunities for looking at service standards, for example. What I'm hearing that we have set service standards that we can't meet anymore because of the budget constraints. So we might have to look at those, and also capital projects that Councillor Cardinal talked about, and what are the other revenue sources are available to us, including user fees, and also what stuff are we subsidizing. I think digging, OP12 was very high level, but administration brought forward a recommendation to us. I think this will be more collaborative approach in a way that we can actually dig more deeper into the budgets are designed, and rely on more in-depth analysis and back and forth with the administration around looking at everything that we do, and have a more of a collaborative joint partnership type of approach with the administration to look for more efficiencies and effective ways of delivering services, as well as having tough conversations around service standard, having tough conversations around what needs to drop off the table and what needs to be prioritized. So that's kind of the intent, to have that conversation.
Thank you. I have questions, so I think I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I have the chair.
Thank you. Just maybe a question to the mover. So I heard the explanation. I'm just trying to, you made a motion that comes back on June 19th that talks about the capital funding shortfall, operating budget shortfall. And there's there's 2 separate reports coming that day that deal with sort of those. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what. I think this is good. I'm just wondering, should this be coming back with all of that other work that from the motion you made?
Yeah.
And so I'm
I think that's a very, very good question, because I'm aware of that work as well, and also there's overlap, right? The way I see that work is kind of more broader and long term as well. This is more focused on what do we need to do. I'm glad that administration brought, for example, attachment 9. That worries me a lot. I think all of us probably losing sleep over attachment 9. That's $40 million of liability, potential liabilities. I think having conversation, okay, how are we going to deal with that, right? I think this is more immediate, like what we need to do, and that other motion is more broader and forward looking into the long-term sustainability of the finances of. This is more immediate over the next three. We have three budgets left, right?
Yes, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That makes more,
maybe-
okay, I get it now, yeah,
Maybe three budget, maybe. Yeah, three budgets left, right? Yeah.
yeah. Fall and spring. Okay, anyway, no, that's helpful, that makes sense. So I'm just gonna look over to administration, because I think this is work, I think this sort of falls in line with that notion of continuous improvement, and how we're gonna do this. So I'm looking at Ms. Padbury or Mr. Robar about.
Yeah, the reports that you're referring to, we originally had them coming back in June. They're coming back in October now, as a way to allow us to work with some of the other cities that we're working with and coordinate some of that report. So this timing allows us to come back with this action plan, come back with some more information on shortfall, and actually nest the things together in an appropriate manner.
Okay. Well, then, that answers my question. Thank you. I guess I'll take back the chair. I'm assuming I've taken it back at this time. I don't know if you ever officially have to say I return the chair. I just like to. It's a closure. But I've taken back the chair. Going to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really pleased to see this motion put forward. I guess what I'm wondering, we often talk in I'll say kind of broad, maybe sometimes nebulous terms around the structural budget challenges that we have, and I'm wondering if this would allow us to put a number on that. I know we've done a really good job of being able to pinpoint what our renewal deficit looks like on the capital side. Is the intention to be able to come back with what that looks like on the operating side as well?
That's how I see it, for sure.
Okay, fantastic. So we'll be able to say that we, in a way, can quantify the dollars attached to the pressures of growth.
That is, wow, yes.
Okay, because I think that's where I would love to see us go with this.
Definitely on the service side of the fence, on our services that we provide, it'll give us an opportunity to show the pressure that growth has put on us as a city in terms of trying to maintain that service level.
Right. Okay, that's excellent. And I might actually just go to Ms. Petrin for a second. I see this motion as being deeply tied to city plan, and I can see potentially, some of the recommendations being embedded in city plan as well. So, just thoughts on that.
Absolutely. I think that is a lens we definitely need to apply, and we need to, align that with priorities. And so, as our work continues with council to, further refine that and establish those priorities and keep it, towards meeting our goals of city plan.
Great. And I know the timing won't line up super well, but do you see any relationship between the work that would come back from this motion and the conversations that are happening around substantial completion?
I don't think so. It's an input. It's a piece of information that council will have awareness of. We'll be bringing that work to Urban Planning Committee in June of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see nobody else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing anyone on the board. Mayor Sohi to close.
No, look forward to the conversation when those reports come to us.
Thank you. Please vote.
Oh, if this passes, of course.
Please
Sorry.
vote. Yeah, you scribed it. Yeah, it worked for me this time, but.
Not for me. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Prince-Fay. Councillor Cartmel?
Sorry, didn't come up. Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Yeah, I guess so. Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Do you have any other subsequent, Mayor Sohi? Then I will return the chair.
Thank you. I will take the chair back. So any other subsequent motions on 7.1? I am seeing none. Okay, let me see what we accomplished. So we done 7-1, 7-2, 7-3 needs to be received for information.
Correct.
Okay, we are on 7-3. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm happy to move receipt of information.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote. Or you want to speak to this, Councillor Rutherford? Sorry, we should have asked.
Yes.
I'm okay to not speak to this item.
All right. Okay. Let's vote then, please. Yes.
Yes.
Did we cut the
Yes.
budget for e-scribe? Yes.
Hold on a moment. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Yes, and Councillor Knack.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Salvador.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, and Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please.
Let's go back to that one we had before.
Okay, that was carried 13-0.
Thank you so much. And the next one is social services agencies for houseless persons. This is a requisition from a Community and Public Services report, and this was exempted by Councillor Cartmel. Maybe I'll go to committee chair to introduce the item.
I'm not sure if I really have any introductory remarks. This was discussed. It was requisition without a recommendation. And it came forward due to a motion by Councillor Cartmel.
Okay. All right, then I'll go to Councillor Cartmel. You exempted this, Councillor Cartmel. Please go ahead.
Yes, I did. I received an email earlier today that I fully confess I did not get a chance to read. Because I may have a motion, but I may not. So can we
do,
do we have anything else to do?
Yeah, we have a few other things to do.
Okay, can you come back to me?
Yeah, we can.
In a moment? I'm sorry,
No, it's fine. We have been all busy yesterday and today, right? So, yeah.
Can we just postpone it perhaps till the end of the agenda?
Yeah, let's postpone to the end of the agenda.
So moved.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Prince Bay.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried, so we'll come back to that. And we dealt with 7.5, dealt with 7.6. And next one is 7.7, 2024 Council and Committee Calendar Changes. This was exempted by Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, it was just exempt for voting purposes.
Oh, yes. Okay, voting purposes. All right, then you want to move the recommendation?
Yeah, happy to.
Okay, please go ahead.
I move that the following changes to the 2024 Council and Committee calendar be approved. Orders of the day adjustments. That the orders of the day for May 28th to 30th, 2024 City Council public hearing, district planning meeting be changed as follows from 9:30 to 9 p.m. on the May 28th, 29th, and 30th, and then a dinner break from 5 to 6 p.m. on all three of those days. That the May 8th, 2024 special council meeting be scheduled for 1:30 to 5, and that the May 8th, 2024 City Council non-regular meeting be canceled.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Tang. Okay, we have motion on the floor. Anybody has any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Rutherford, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, just I think there's been a lot of scrutiny on, when we're in attendance or not in attendance at things. So I felt it was important to put on public record that I cannot make the special council meeting on May 8th, as I will be unable to be in private, as I will be on a flight back from the Canadian Urban Transit Association Spring Summit in Halifax. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you. All right, so please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Jones. Sorry, who was that second one?
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We dealt with all the bylaws. Private reports.
Mayor Sohi, we do need to receive 9.1 and 9.8 for information.
Oh, yes, we haven't done that. Okay. Can someone move the recommendation or, a recommendation on 9.1, please? Can we put on the screen, please?
Yes, we'll pull up the motion for 9.1, sorry. There it is.
Here we are. Here we go. Would someone like to move, Councilor Salvador?
Yeah, I'll move that the presentation be added as attachment 1 to the April 23rd, 2024 Employee and Legal Services Report, verbal report, that actions as outlined on slide 12 of attachment 1 of the April 23rd, 2024 Employee and Legal Services Report be approved, and that the April 23rd, 2024 Employee and Legal Services verbal report remain private pursuant to sections 24, 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councilor Knack. Okay, so please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you both. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
That was carried 13-0.
Okay,
We will bring up the motion for 9.8.
9.8.
No? Just doesn't work? Okay, can you pull it out for me, and then I'll just read it?
I'm sorry, Nancy.
Since we can't display it on the screen, would it be all right if I just read it in and then someone can move that?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, it is the April 23rd, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Verbal Report IIS 02457 be received for information. The April 23rd, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Verbal Report IIS 02457 remain private pursuant to Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay. Would someone like to move that?
So moved.
Councilor Rice, second.
Second.
Councilor Knack, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm yes as well.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. You ready, Tim? Okay, we'll go we don't need a motion to go back to the other item, right? The 6 point.
7.7. We just pushed it to the end of the agenda, so you can do motions pending and then come back right after that.
Okay, what else? Can you walk me through what else we have left?
You have two motions pending,
Yep.
and then calling for notices of motions or motions without customary notice, and then returning to 7.7.
Yeah, motions pending, we always deal at last as a practice, so let's deal with 7.4 then. Okay.
And I'll move to bring it forward.
Yeah. Need a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, please vote. Yes?
Yes?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Just confirming we have everyone. Yes, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now over to Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. So, Mayor Sohi, I'm going to move the recommendation in the committee report, which is that the April 8th, 2024 Community Services Report CS 01912 be received for information. And I can speak to that briefly.
Seconder,
Second.
Councillor Tang. Okay, go ahead, please, Councillor Cardinal.
So, just very briefly, I do have an interest in a conversation around more of an outcomes measure to the social service ecosystem generally, how much money we're putting in, what we're getting out of that kind of a conversation. Effectively a common outcomes framework kind of a conversation. I'm also interested in a self-sufficiency establishment framework or network or matrix. But I understand that there's a fair bit of work going on in this realm already, and that we're going to get a report in Q3, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Progress Report, and that speaks to some community work. And I know I'm getting a little bit of this wrong, but I'm happy to wait and hear what comes out of that work, the results of that review, and then maybe explore this idea further. Also gives me a bit of a chance to go and do my own research. So happy to just move receipt of information for the moment.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Tang? Just to speak. Any other questions, colleagues? All right, seeing none, so now to speak. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate Councillor Carmel's interest in this. When the inquiry was brought forward, I thought it was good information that was shared. A common outcomes framework for me, whether it's related to the social service sector, to the housing sector, to policing and just general community safety and well-being has been an interest of mine, I think, since the very beginning. And we've had a number of touch points where this has come up, and I've probed quite a bit about how can we kind of get to this final goal of developing something that we can really understand what the impact of our dollars could be, and for ease of measuring impact from a service delivery sector. And we've also had a fairly, aside from the committee meeting that this was first brought up at, we've also had a fairly robust conversation when it came to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework update last while. And I have to say, I know there's a lot of heavy lifting, there's a lot of convening that the team is already doing. And I think, in some of my follow-up conversations, I understand that there has been some dedication to evaluation, to looking at evaluation, really trying to get at this question of what is the impact that we're having and how can we find a better way of measuring that and telling that story. I know this is a hugely complicated field, and the city of Edmonton, quite frankly, plays a relatively small part compared to some other orders of government, other funding sources, and so I know it's not easy to get everybody on the same page, but in the last year or so, I've seen motions related to coordinating among funders, for example, which I think is a great opportunity to have some of these conversations. We've talked about the collaborative model for community safety and well-being, also a great forum to talk about these conversations. So I think I would just really like to see city playing a leadership role, or just even playing a facilitative role with the sector, with the agencies, with the various players, and I would just like to hear about some of the outcomes of those. And I understand that there will be another update coming, as Councillor Carmel said, later on this year. And I think that will be a great touch point for us to assess how do we move forward, to better understand, how are we doing collectively. We know that social issues dominates much of our conversations at the council, so I think this will remain a very relevant topic for all of us. And so I look forward to when that conversation comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I don't see anyone else to speak, so Councillor Cartmel, you want to close?
Nothing more for me, thank you.
Okay, so please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I'm a yes. Sorry, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a moment here. Okay. Just have a second here. We have all those.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, okay.
Mayor Sohi, point of order.
Yeah.
Just for agenda management purposes, the motion I have pending in item 10.2, I'm going to wait till next council meeting. So if that helps release some people or not, I don't know, but I'm not going to bring that forward today.
Okay. So the next one is 10.1, right?
Correct, and just a reminder, you had a pending
We had a
request to
speaker on
speak.
this, right?
Yes.
And so the process would be that the Councillor Jans can move the motion, and then we,
You have choices, you could, I'm actually not sure if the speaker is here, but theoretically you could hear from a speaker, or if you don't want to stick with your current practice, you have the option to refer the motion to a committee.
yeah, we don't want to set the precedent of hearing from public in council meetings unless unless unprecedented circumstances arise, and they do arise sometimes, and they did arise once so far in this term. But those are rare incidents, so we want to make sure that speaker is able to speak, so we'll send it over to committee, right?
Yes, so you have, in that situation, you have the option, yes, of referring it immediately to committee to debate for speakers. The other option is, unless it's going to be restated, as we understand it, the motion is directing a report to return committee, so that you could give that direction and allow the speaker to come when the report comes back. So you have several paths forward.
Okay, we'll see that. So then I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Sure, so if it's, the speaker is the one I imagine, they did email me in support of the motion, and I did reach out to them and encourage them to come to email council in general, so my mic is on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, yes, but
Yeah,
can
okay.
you move the motion first? Then you can
Sure.
explain.
Can I get the clerk's assistance? That administration prepare amendments to bylaw 2002 or 2002 business license bylaw to require residential rental accommodation short-term licensees to remain on the premises while operating the business. Now, by way of introduction,
Need a seconder. Need a second.
Second.
Councillor Wright? Okay, now we have a motion on the floor, so go ahead, please.
yeah, so just earlier this week at a public hearing, we heard some residents saying, don't approve this project, don't approve this apartment until you deal with Airbnbs. This is an issue in my ward that's coming up. It's an issue in many of your wards. Our lack of control over the short-term rental market and the fact that it's basically the Wild West out there is undermining our case for infill and undermining our district planning and our city planning in general. So one of my goals here, I think there's probably 20 things we need to do, but this is just one. This is just one step in that direction that would help curb a couple of things. So number one, some sort of controls on the short-term rental market. Number two, this sort of a move by requiring the hosts, the owners, to be on the premise, whether it's in the basement, a garage suite, or they live in the house and rent out their garage. This would allow a blended format where you could Airbnb your garage or your main floor, you could live in the basement, etc. But it forces you to be there and be accountable for your guests, because that is a major issue where we have the party houses, we have people who are effectively running a ghost hotel and living on Vancouver Island and downloading all the costs of dealing with the garbage, dealing with the waste, dealing with the noise, dealing with the parties, dealing with everything onto the neighbors. And that's not fair. They download it onto the city. We have to send bylaw. Police go out for noise complaints. They can't do anything about it. They try and ticket the owner. The owner's not even there. This is an issue that we've heard about. Third issue, broadly, we have a housing supply issue. Every unit of housing we can get onto the rental market is really important, especially in areas like Garneau where we have less than 1% vacancy. So around the U of A, this is a very acute issue, and you heard that from neighbors at public hearing. So this is the compromise. Initially, I want to say no more than 90 days a year. I mean, if I had my way, I'd ban short-term rentals altogether. But coming out of the compromise and saying, okay, fine, 90 days a year, took that out. This is just requiring the people to be there. At a bare minimum, we can all agree that that should happen. Of course, Airbnb should have to pay hotel tax. They should be paid, they should be charged commercial tax. That's not here right now.
Time.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
You only have 2 minutes for introduction.
Oh, it flew by.
Okay, now questions. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the mover, the way I read it, it says to make amendments to the bylaw, not to bring a report back on amendments to the bylaw.
Yep.
So I'm not certain I want to support it, but I may want to, but I need to know all the implications. So I was just wondering if it's a report back, or is it just a flat out amendment?
I'm tired of receiving reports. I'm tired of receiving reports saying, oh, it's really complicated, it's hard to do, etc. I think we just, at some point, we have to say, you are not allowed to run a ghost hotel. If you're doing that, that's not allowed. If you're renting out your house, you should be there supervising your guests. This is just, at some point, like, I think we just change the bylaw and put our foot down.
I guess my concern is that you're painting everyone with the same brush, which I don't know if that's fair, right? And that's why I would like to see a report on it, to see what the implications are. Are we going to have a shortage when we're hosting events? I don't know, right?
So if we have a shortage, they should be in hotels. They should not be in these illegal hotels that are not paying. They're not safe. They're not paying hotel tax. They're not paying commercial tax. They are not inspecting. Like, if you go to swim in a hotel pool, that has to be cleaned and inspected and sent to AHS, I think, weekly. There's health and safety standards. Staff are supervised. The cleaners are supervised. If the fire department is there, that's not happening in Airbnbs. They're not safe. That's not in short-term rentals in general. Like, there's major concerns with their operation, not just in Edmonton, but across North America. This is why other jurisdictions are banning them and other cities are banning them too. So just a bare minimum request of, hey, if you're going to be making under the table cash renting out your apartment, you probably should be there just to make sure, like, or your house. Instead, the rest of us are picking up the pieces. And so, like, it shouldn't even be legal to begin with.
Okay, I'm not overly fond of a bunch of reports either, but having said that, I would prefer to see a report prior to making a decision like this. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate the intent of the mover. I really appreciate the pressures that this is putting on you and the residents that you represent. I think I just have questions around the mechanics, so maybe I'll ask administration. A first question, and I know this is the report that Councillor Dans wishes to avoid, but a thought that occurs to me is the idea of needing to remain on the premises while operating the business. Does that preclude people from going to the grocery store or a hockey game while they have guests? Like, do we have a sense of just where we could even start with the enforceability of this?
I'll let David Jones answer that on the enforceability with his MEOs. There's a lot of work that would need to be done to understand the implications of this, but I'll let Mr. Jones fill it in here.
Thanks, Travis. I paused there because that was one of those questions that I would usually turn to Nancy and ask Nancy for some input. But I think it would really depend on how we worded the bylaw, Councillor Stevenson. If if we say you have to remain on site at all times when you have a paying guest there, then yeah, it would preclude some of those things, at least in the letter of the law. With respect to the enforceability, I think that is going to be one of the most critical pieces of this with respect to how we go about doing that, because we know that in other areas, in other jurisdictions that have put in different types of restrictions, the enforceability, the ability to even get to complaints in a reasonable time and then try to address them through a court process is really proving to be problematic. So I think that's one of the biggest pieces that we would have to try to examine with respect to what the plan would be once a bylaw was put in place. Certainly we don't have, Councillor Jans described this as the Wild West. I think to control the Wild West, we don't have the resources currently in our business model without re-examining some of other service delivery then, if this is to be a priority.
Sure. Well, and so then maybe back to the mover. So again, something that also occurs to me that having someone on site doesn't necessarily lead to better behaviors, right? The owner may be very content to let a party rage. So just sort of recognizing absolutely that there are challenges, that we need to have better regulations. We need to mitigate those community impacts. I suppose my question would be, why are we starting here? Why are we starting here instead of looking at commercial property tax for these properties, for example?
So that doesn't deal with the conduct aspect. We talked about the unenforceability of bylaws. So there's a situation I know firsthand that they were running a party house over and over and over, and the police would go ask for the owner. They could try and give a ticket to the residents who are partying there, but those people were fleeting. At least if the owner's there, if they're tolerating a party, the owner can take the ticket. The owner can be held responsible. We have way more controls and way more options. So I think the concern is that, what do we do about, if you say this is unenforceable, are the party houses unenforceable as it is? This is giving us one more tool to deal with, because right now it's like I said, there's no one easy answer here. Many of these people are operating illegally without business licenses as it is. By administration's count, at least half of them. So we need a lot more bylaw, but as we operate in a complaints-based system, at least if the police show up at a house and it's illegal Airbnb and the owner's not there, now they can hopefully throw the book at the property owner here.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. Again, appreciate the impacts. I guess my thinking is, again, if we move to, if we dealt with the inequity in taxation, that creates a revenue stream that could be used to fund that needed enforcement. That's sort of where my mind goes.
When I talked to taxation about it, that wasn't necessarily, they were concerned about that as well too. Just about how many days a year is it operating as a short-term rental? How many other, there's all these other challenges, as you know, from trying to look at subclassing.
Absolutely complexities there, but I think clear outcomes. In any case, I appreciate you bringing forward. I'll reflect on those responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dang.
Great, thank you very much. So I guess first to the mover, the intent that I'm hearing is that you want to see really better neighbor relations, better nuisance management, and just better behavior.
As well as equity in the business community, fair. I don't want to just decimate our hotel industry.
But primarily, I think, because, I feel, I don't know if I agree if this amendment would necessarily lead to better equity in business outcome, but I think by and large, your intent is really focused on the behavior piece.
Yeah, and this one very much so.
Yeah,
yes.
and then I guess just back to Mr. Jones to talk about enforcement. I'm conscious we just passed a very significant tax increase just now. There were unfunded service package around proactive enforcement that's not in there, which I think speaks to that was not funded, but that speaks to a little bit to the resource piece that you were talking about, correct?
Well, in this case, our business licensing enforcement folks are our municipal enforcement officers, our bylaw officers.
I see, okay.
We would have to look at what it says in the bylaw, because we know that some of the bylaw work that we do goes to our peace officers, because they do have the ability to identify people. They are a little bit more prepared to approach houses and deal with issues like this. So we would really have to take a look at which team we would even have taking this work on as their primary responsibility, and how we would work with the city police, as Councillor Jans mentioned.
Yeah, and I have lots of questions on enforcement, but I'm not going to dive into it too much, because I think I more or less know what the answer is going to be. I guess the other thing is, I agree with Councillor Stevenson on the piece around taxation, something I'm very interested in, because I think that actually addresses the business equity piece, and I think it can lead to better behavior, but that's not what this is contemplating. And I guess to administration, a few years ago, there has been a council report fairly in-depth in this space, has there not?
Thanks, Councillor Tang. I believe Kate Watt's on the line from taxation to answer some of those taxation questions. She looks like she's in a car though, so apologize in advance.
I am in a car.
Well, go ahead.
I am in a car, so I beg your indulgence if I drop off or if the quality of the sound is bad. It is very difficult to administer this as a non-residential tax. There is potential to create subclasses on the residential side to capture this type of property, and then to have a differential in the residential subclass, much like we did for the derelict property. That said, in other jurisdictions where they've attempted things like this, it has proven quite difficult, because there is a fair bit of data collection, monitoring, and updating. So while I believe it is possible, it does not come without a resource aspect.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, when was that report done? A few years ago, do you remember?
I beg your pardon. I think the report was done in 2021, but maybe somebody else is on the line that has the exact date.
But it means relatively recent. And I know there are other cities in Alberta that have a much bigger Airbnb challenge that have tried to work on this issue quite a bit, and there are multiple levers. I think I would just worry about this particularly, even whether or not it will actually address the problem it's intended. I do have I guess procedurally, I'm wondering, maybe I'll just ask this question. Can I do a replacement motion?
You can put forward amendments, but I might suggest that amendments that completely defeat the motion in front of you are not an amendment.
Okay. So therefore I cannot do a replace. Okay, so I cannot do that. Can I do subsequent on a notice of motion?
It's not a common practice. You would give notice to give your own motion at a later date.
Okay. All right. So I guess then you, in this case, you would suggest I do a notice of motion? No.
You do. So if we
at the next meeting.
Yes, if we proceed that this motion passes, you could give notice that you will bring your own motion at the next council meeting.
Okay.
Depending on the outcome of this one, there may be other procedural options.
Okay. I think my intent is to actually get at some of the questions that other councillors, like Councillor Principe, had raised about the bigger issue. Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah. I was going to refer back to the previous report. We've done this a couple of times. We've looked at this. So who would I direct questions to? Would that be you, Ms. Petrin? Or yeah?
Travis and I are here from the business license perspective, yeah.
So there's a few lenses to look at this through, I guess. And I appreciate Councillor Jans's frustrations. I've got a couple of the same sort of things happening. But it's hard to distinguish between a house that's being used as an Airbnb for a few nights. Maybe I should say short-term rental instead, for a few nights. And a house that somebody else owns and is rented out, for months at a time or for years at a time, yeah?
Yes, and we define short-term rentals as 30 days, rental 30 days or less.
And, the behavior, I think what's at question here is the behavior piece. And we've talked about this before where, well, there's two pieces. In essence, the hotel and the condo building is a separate thing. So maybe there's something we can do there. So to me, there's a couple of questions, and I'll ask it this way: can you remind me where we landed, or at least what the considerations were the last time we talked around trying to correct bad behavior? So when it's somebody that's renting the house and they're going to come back to that house as renters day after day after day, and their behavior is poor, sooner or later a bylaw officer is going to catch up to them. If it's somebody that's got it for one night only, we're not actually capturing the person that's got the bad behavior. We're punishing the owner for the behavior of the tenant.
Yes, I think it was 2019, 2020 we had maybe 2 or 3 reports, and certainly the behaviors around waste, parking, and noise. We have different tools, or it's a police matter in some cases. We looked at various options, limiting the number of nights you can rent, or different business license options. Our current scenario in terms of what you need now is you require a business license. We also have that the owner has to provide an operational plan for people that are there. So like code of conduct type of thing in terms of how you should act as someone renting a unit.
But we only have tools for willing participants. Like if you have a business license, I might not get a business license and still put my home on a short-term rental platform. And so there's not really any repercussions.
That's a gap. Absolutely. We do have some instances where people don't have a business license and are operating a short-term rental.
So that's a gap. We do have property management companies that manage properties on behalf of building owners that are not short-term rental platforms, that rent out homes for less than a month. Somebody is sick or relatives in the hospital, they come from away, they need a place for 2 or 3 weeks. They're here for a conference, they're here for, a short-term job assignment. They're not doing anything wrong, but they're not renting for more than 30 days.
Yes, I think that's a fair example of how people will use these type of units.
And then we have the taxation gap that Councillor Jans has identified, where you've got several units owned by a person in one location that looks an awful lot like a small hotel, but isn't operating as a small hotel. So that be a gap?
Potentially. I think when we did a study back in 2019, 2020, and the team can maybe chime in here, but I think many of our short-term rental owners owned 1 to 2 units, but I don't know what the latest data on that's dated from a number of years ago. Travis or anyone from the team wanted to share more on that?
Well, maybe just in my last few seconds, and I'm happy to hear what else others have to say, but this motion or the outcome of this motion does not address that gap necessarily. It says essentially if you rent out your home, you got to live in it, which I appreciate that, but that doesn't stop people that are in the gap, that don't take out a business license, that we can't really, how do we know?
Absolutely, and just our ability to do enforcement work would be challenging.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I'm sensing a lot of debate on this, right? A lot of questions being raised, right? And I think this will be a very good discussion at a committee, right? So I don't know, we can't send notes or motions to the committee from council, right? But so we have to approve something to go to committee, right?
That's what this is. You approve this, they bring the language to committee.
No, just hold on, let me check with clerk.
Yes, so two things can happen, as Councillor Jan said. If you pass this, a report will come to committee, or you can send a motion on the floor to committee to be discussed and to hear from the public.
Okay, because we have so many questions already raised, this other colleagues signed up, right? So is there will on council that we send this to the committee to have a discussion at the committee and public can speak to this as well? Then committee can discuss, no? Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, Councillor Jans has been trying to get this on the board for months, right? Like, this has been kicked and kicked and kicked and kicked, and just to kick it to committee that then, so I agree that something's gonna have to come to committee and allow people to speak to it and allow the public to comment on it, but I don't think this is what should go to committee. We need to refine this first before we have administration go. Because if this is all that's on the table, well, they're gonna come back and it's gonna die.
Okay, well, then we will follow this process. We will continue to get feedback from council colleagues and go through the questions from council to the mover and to administration. We'll see where we land on this. Yeah. So, okay, I'll go to Councillor Wright next time. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Ms. Watt, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So to do a separate subclass, then would the residential property then have to have a business license registered?
It would entirely depend on how we framed the subclass. Just so that in Alberta legislation, we have a lot of latitude on defining residential subclasses as a municipal council, where we don't on the non-residential side. So my advice would be, if you want to entertain a tax strategy for this type of property, that we do look at residential subclassing, and that we're very deliberate as to how we define that subclass.
Okay, so then it just couldn't be like your neighbor's party house down the street or something. So we would have to put some parameters around what would be included in that subclass. Okay. And then
I would characterize it this way: the more specific we can get, the more likely it is that subsequent court appeals, legal appeals, would be upheld. So we would need to be deliberate in that way.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, so I'm wondering, I think I did have some other questions here, but I think they were answered. Can we put in the bylaw something that there's a requirement to, or maybe in the business permit, that there's a requirement to screen guests that are staying? Would that help?
I think there's a number of options to put in the bylaw. It's just whether or not it would be enforceable or practically enforceable.
Okay.
Especially around the screening of guests. I'm not sure how that would occur. Would there be a program or a training program that all the owners have to go through to ensure standards are met? It's a messy problem for sure, and we understand that. That there's just a lot of gaps and tools that we don't have to do the enforcement, especially when we're talking about differentiating between short-term rentals and longer-term rentals, or people with just friends in their house.
Okay. And so this motion here, does that provide enough specifics for you to draw a business license bylaw or to amend the bylaw?
It provides very specific information to amend the bylaw. That regulation can be crafted. The issue, as outlined previously, is about how this would be enforced. Do we have the resources? Can we actually enforce it? There's legal implications and just in terms of how we would go about doing this, whether it's the business license bylaw or for municipal enforcement officers. So the motion is clear in what it wants. It's just whether or not it would be further enforceable is up in the air right now, and that's what we would look at if this motion were to be made.
Okay, so there's enough, like, as far as the definition of what that short-term rental is, whether it is weekends, 90 days, whatever.
Yeah, we have definitions of short-term rentals. Like the language in the motion is clear. It's just whether or not that's getting at the problem that council sees with short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking for a little bit of context as to the reports that were brought forward before. So was this particular amendment considered as part of those reports?
Travis, do you have context on that?
There's a member on the team here, I think Amy is online, that can provide some clarity around that.
I would have to look into the report to see whether or not that was included last time. I don't believe that it was.
Okay, that's helpful. And that was in 2019?
End of 2019, beginning of 2020, there were, I think, 2 or 3 reports in terms of subsequent work that was done.
Okay, and I guess is it fair to say that the context has changed since 2019? I mean, anecdotally, there seems to be, I'm hearing more stories of problematic short-term rental operators, and I think an increase in the overall number of short-term rentals. Thoughts on that?
There hasn't been that big of an increase, but we haven't been able to do that poll or that data mining, as we needed to hire a third-party consultant to figure out all of the Airbnbs or the short-term rentals in the city, which would basically just gleam off the websites to see what's there. We do know that there's approximately, if we were to follow the 50% that got a business licensing back when that report was due, if we were to follow that to today, we were probably looking at about 5,000 units throughout the city itself. But we also haven't correlated that with the noise complaints and to see if those have actually gone up or those anecdotes have gotten louder, so to speak.
Okay. And just the language around remaining on the premises. What would it mean, or how would things change if we were using the terminology of primary residence versus remaining on the premises?
Well, then you would only be able to have your house, I guess, or your primary residence that you live in rented out. Again, I think we can write the regulation in the bylaw any which way. I think we just need to decide what the issue is that we're trying to solve.
Yeah, okay, and that's helpful, because I think ultimately, I really appreciate this, and I want to see movement on this. I just want it to be effective, and want to ensure that the path we're going down is going to be, viable and enforceable. So yeah, I would just say I tend to want to take that broader view, but have very actionable, tangible things that can be coming out of that. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I respect Councillor Jans's frustrations on the reports. Been there, but sort of the information as given, for instance, like Councillor Jans, there's been similar legislation in other cities, but it's required, for instance, in New York, that locks not be put on bedroom doors, or the abode to actually be defined as being separate in any way. And that leads me to some concerns about like the GBA plus analysis. So I'm wondering what have you done a GBA plus analysis on this? What is your interpretation of the impact on, say, large families who might rent a short-term rental to accommodate multiple adults and children?
Was that for me or admin?
Yeah, it was for you.
So it's incredible. People used to have way bigger families and way more children pre-1980, before the advent of Airbnbs and short-term rentals. I don't know how they did it, but somehow big families went on vacation. So I think part of the problem here is the short-term rental market is not just constraining the supply of customers, but is also halting hotels from innovating by creating more suite types, allowing more innovations in kitchens and dogs and whatever else. So long as the short-term rental market is here operating illegally without paying tax, no one's going to want to build a hotel. No one's going to want to invest in a hotel, invest in paying hotel staff, unionized staff or otherwise. So I find it really interesting. It's like people can't conceive of how travel was ever done before the advent of short-term rentals, and not saying you, but others, like the and I found it. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I don't want to monopolize your time.
Yeah, like I hear that. I think a lot of people just chose not to travel or chose to go camping, for instance. So I hear that. But I guess my next question is, and maybe this is more broadly, like what has your engagement with not just hoteliers, but short-term rental operators or short-term rental companies been? I've heard that, and I've certainly heard from people who are upset with a short-term rental operating in their neighborhood, but I'm looking for sort of that broad industry feedback.
Thank you for asking. Actually, I spoke recently on a panel about this at the Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit. I've talked to hotel groups. I've talked to Explore Edmonton. I've talked to, I think I did 5 or 6 media hits on this and got a lot of feedback from people who both operated short-term rentals, were critical of them, constituents and otherwise. When I put forward this revised proposal, initially one of the main constraints was that 90-day cap I had proposed. Once I said, okay, fine, we're going to turf the 90-day cap, but you can still operate it if you live there. A lot of the ones who are the responsible owners, like I think one constituent who wrote all of us operates a garage suite, Airbnb's the garage suite. They were fine with this sort of change because they said, yeah, this will help get the bad actors out who are ruining it for the rest of us.
Okay, I'm thank you for that. I'm running out of time. And I have questions for administration. I'm inclined to say that I would like more information on this, but that's not an option with this, with the way that this motion is worded. Would you be amenable to getting, I know you hate reports, but getting a report back that would maybe answer some of these questions and allow us to flesh some of these details out to understand if this in fact would actually get us to that point?
No, we know what the answers are. We don't need a report. We need enforcement. We need action.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a break for 15 minutes. Okay, now I would like to call this meeting back to order. Roll call, Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Prince-Spade.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Burkett.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Burkett. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello?
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cardinal.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Hello.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, Councillor Rutherford, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm really grappling with this because I see some issues with Airbnb, but I'm starting to think about some unintended consequences. So I guess just to administration, first and foremost, how are the platforms in total working with the city of Edmonton on ensuring business licenses are included? And if they don't have a business license, they're not able to post on those platforms.
Councillor, so right now, as mentioned, we require a business license, but we know that there's a significant portion that doesn't get them. We are working with the platform, specifically Airbnb, looking at ensuring that the business licensing is posted, or the business license number is posted on the platform, and how to work around if they don't have them and they're still posting on their platform. I'd ask Lila to fill in some of those gaps.
Sorry, just a second. My clock, I think, started well below 5 minutes.
Don't worry, keep on,
Okay.
we'll monitor it. Keep on going.
We do work with some of the major platforms. We don't always gain 100% cooperation. We have had opportunities where the platforms have pulled listings in the past. But again, as Mr. Pollock pointed out, not every listing has a business license, and we have asked from our major platform providers that they look for this, but sometimes fake numbers are provided, and so there isn't a great data exchange in respect to that.
Yeah, see, I think I struggle with this because it's like trying to, if I'm using a good analogy, like capture, a lot of mosquitoes with a baseball bat. Like that's what I feel like we're trying to do right now. No matter what we do, this is such a nimble, and I worry about. So one of the things I've heard a lot about is, the proliferation of human trafficking through short-term rentals because there's less regiment on it. There's no necessarily video monitoring. Sometimes you don't even need to interact with a person to get into a place. But I also worry if we put too much in place, do we just push things underground? So I guess I know that to the mover, I understand that you think that this is a solution. I'm not convinced it is actually, but wouldn't you see this as prudent to get a report with some of these consequences fleshed out?
Thank you. Against my stubbornness, wisdom, and better judgment, I've been convinced by the sage wisdom of Councillor Knack that I probably could get more votes if I accepted a report with some bylaw amendments at this time, as frustrated as my constituents are, and I am. So yes, I do believe my colleagues are crafting some language that would include a report with options on a number of fronts, not just this aspect, but taxation, assessment, the other pieces, fees or whatever that could potentially be levied to create an equity in the market here.
And even the platform accountability.
It's a joke. There's no platform accountability. They have straight up told me that they are flaunting the city's bylaws. I was engaged with one of them when I said, "Why aren't you requiring your hosts to post their city bylaw business license. That is a requirement under the bylaw. And they said, yeah, we make them aware they need to. And I said, well, why don't you take down their post then? Why don't you require them? And they said, we make them aware they need to. Like it's a joke. The platforms are not sharing data. They're not being transparent. They're not holding their own hosts accountable. And then we have bad actors jumping from one to another. That party house that I told you about in my example has operated under different short-term rental platforms.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was getting at, but I'm out of time. I hear your point, Councillor Jans, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Now to Constantine. Constantine?
Okay. I wasn't sure if Councillor Stevenson wanted to.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make an amendment that, quote, including a, oh, sorry.
We can put it up for you, just have a moment.
Okay, I would like to make amendment that the following order, point of order, side conversation. Okay, I'd like to move that the following be added, and provide, or I guess, comma, and provide a review of the current state of municipal and provincial short-term rental regulation, including licensing, zoning, taxation, and other regulatory models, with options or recommendations for further bylaw amendments and programming after operating the business.
Need a seconder?
I'd say that's friendly.
Yeah. It's pretty long friendly.
We're good friends.
Yeah, good. Is it friendly? Okay, it's friendly then.
Oh, I was gonna say speak to it, but okay, all right, that's
We
good.
can still speak to it.
Okay, sounds good.
No, it's kidding.
All right,
Yeah.
friendly.
But why are you making this though? Can you explain what your intent is? So it's not clear to me. Then I'll think it's friendly. Can you explain it?
Well, I think given the conversation at the table, I think many people are very concerned about unintended consequence, and more fulsome analysis can bring back some answers to those questions. And I'm not convinced that what was originally on the table is the only tool we have to address the problem. And I think the problem has actually several layers that requires kind of deeper diving to a few different areas of the city. So I believe this will kind of, I guess, bring together best of one, the intent to kind of look at this in a more fulsome way, and two, still have that opportunity to bring forward that bylaw amendment as initially proposed.
And do you think it's friendly?
Yeah, I think it's friendly enough.
Okay, it's friendly then. All right. Councillor Piquet?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to administration, when you look at this, does this, if you're going to go and do this work, would you also take a look at jurisdictions that have employed this kind of concept and just let us know how they're doing, if it's actually been effective and things like that, or if it has been effective, in what ways, or how it can be improved?
Yes, Councillor Paquette. We would be looking at obviously the efficacy of the bylaws and what's come about with them. This is an ever-changing industry, and we're identifying and finding out what is working in some areas and what is not. The challenge, if I may, is the timeline, because this is a lot of work to be undertaken in a very short amount of time with a very small team who's just been redirected to focus on another very pressing motion. And so if we want to do this right, and if we want to do it well, and we want to do the engagement that should be done with this, that timeline is problematic for the expanded scope of the motion.
Right. Okay. So I think we can probably adjust that. Efficacy is a great word, by the way. But I guess I'm also curious about the FTE implication, I guess. Sure, we'll say that.
So we would be looking to do this work with our current FTE, but because we would be looking to do this work with our current FTE, we are looking to adjust aspects of the work plan that are already in place, and we've had to make some adjustments already based on some of the recent motions related to knives. And we recognize that there's a desire for urgency in this space, but we would be looking to adjust, and we may be looking to do some consultation to help out with hire a consultant, to help out with jurisdictional scans, et cetera.
Okay, so spread the butter a little thinner on the toast.
We have to, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that's good to know. And let's see. Nope, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we need a second round?
Oh, yeah, this was friendly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to move a second round. And if I'm doing, I do have one last question. Can we split this into two after the comma of operating with business and then comma and provide a review? If we can split that into two parts.
We can not restate it, but reformat it so that it's a part A and part B, and then that could be split.
Because I'm looking at it, it doesn't make a lot of logical sense to me that that's all one sentence. And it's two kind of different concepts.
Yep, we'll break it up into two parts here.
Thank you.
Can you move the second or no?
Oh, I thought I had, yeah.
Okay,
so moved.
Second by?
Second.
Councillor Tank, please vote.
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
We haven't sent it yet, so it's not necessarily it's not working. Let's try it. Looking for Councillor Salvador and Wright.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. I
Thank
was
you.
waiting patiently.
Thank you both. All right, we tried. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Really
No, just
appreciate
hold on, Councillor Stevenson. Just hold on for a minute. I just saw that Councillor Rice had signed on, so I'm going to go to her.
Thank you, Mayor, for notice that I just signed up before vote, but I do not want to interrupt the voting. So I do appreciate the motion brought and to address some concerns, and even in some neighborhoods in my area, and I heard as well. So my question is related to the enforcement piece, because right now what I read this motion is about we are implement amendments at the same time and we are doing the review. So I just make sure my understanding for this motion, for this order, and how we do this two piece of the work, it's at the same time. So is that understanding correct?
Councillor Rice, I guess my understanding would be that we're being, I guess, directed or asked to prepare a specific set of amendments to require the licensing to remain on site. And then with the second set of amendments, we're doing an exploration to see if there are other amendments that we would bring forward that would support addressing some of the issues that council is asking us to explore.
Yeah, I'm asked different question for the timeline or time sequences. I'm a little bit confused here because I heard my colleagues ask the question. I listened very carefully. We have some suggestion to get the report specific to demonstrate implication of the amendments first, and do some analysis, do some public engagement, and to get the community inputs on this first before we implement amendments. So right now, the motion on the floor, from what I read, is that step is not there. So then my question to administration is, how is there any challenge for you to enforce amendment? And at the same time, of course, you review the current state of this and provide some future recommendation and for further amendments.
So, Councillor, as the the work proceeds for point 1 there around the requiring the resident to be on premise, we will provide our analysis and also options of what may or may not be the way forward, as well as through the other work, we would engage at the same time about those options.
And I think from an enforcement perspective, if this all came back as one package, we will put in maybe some recommendations on what we might need for resources to do the enforcement. But certainly if all of the amendments were accepted in number 1 when this came back, we wouldn't immediately begin enforcement because we don't have any resources to tackle the number. I think earlier was that we're assuming that there are about 5,000 of these short-term rentals in Edmonton, and that's a lot of spot checks that we got to figure out how we tackle that.
Does this motion on the floor perform the same function as the intent to provide the report back first? Or is it different?
I think you get both, Councillor, with this. You get potential bylaw amendments along with subsequent or at the same time information around the larger picture. And I think that will provide that fulsome picture for council and committee at the time.
Okay, so that does include the report will come back, and then to cover the wider scope and for this piece.
Yeah, we would look to bring these back at the same time, and as mentioned by Lila, the timeline would have to be extended if we were to do a fulsome job on this one.
So if let's bring back at the same time, and my question to the mover, is I know it's just a different wording, or is just the same results we will have report back?
This motion would allow both a report back, but in my mind what makes it different is it wouldn't be a report back, a debate, and then a request for bylaws and another year of delay. It would be, this report would be coming back with administration's thinking as well as some options that we could implement immediately.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I'm probably just getting into the conversation that we'll have when this report comes back, which I think is an exciting one. Could I just get a clarification though? So if it comes down to whether we can put bylaw infraction fines onto tax roll, like what do we do in the absence of an owner being present? Can that go back to the property owner in this case?
I can speak to that from legal. In terms of a ticket, if someone is issued an individual ticket, that's not something that can go on the tax roll. If we issue an order under the Municipal Government Act, and we direct someone to stop doing something, they don't comply, and we have to move in and we incur expenses associated with that, then that's expenses that can go on the tax roll.
Okay, and are we able to structure regulations in the licensing bylaw or other bylaws that would allow us to issue those types of orders?
Those orders would probably be issued under Section 545 of the Municipal Government Act. So what 545 does is it allows you to write an order that directs someone to comply with a bylaw that exists. So when legal works on this, we'll make sure that it's any changes that are proposed or drafted in a way that if we need to go and get an order, we could do so. Also, or issue an order rather, we could also, in an extreme circumstance where there's a real problem, always go to court under the Municipal Government Act and get an injunction to close or shut someone down.
Interesting. Okay, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the conversation. Just because I have a bit of time, I know that there was conversation of changing the timeline, maybe just to administration. What were your thoughts on a preferred timeline?
Preferred timeline would be Q3 of 2025, taking into account of the additional work, as Lila put forth, on the knives work that will be coming and that we'll be working on until the later half of this year. So we would look to start this work after that.
Okay, well, if that is friendly, I'm happy to make that amendment to change the due date to third quarter 2025.
Is that, sorry, I missed the, the chair was
That
just
is
transferred
friendly.
over. And okay, good. So whoever, yes, that is friendly, I'm hearing. So let's make that change.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that that amendment to, if this passes, the amendment to the bylaw will be coming back to, is it to committee or to council? To committee? And then at that time, we can decide if we vote in favor of the amendment or not, correct? Okay, yeah, okay. And how much work is it to make an amendment? Is it just wording? Is it a really big job? Sorry, Ms. Jacobson, I'm looking at you. Maybe I'm supposed to be looking at Mr. Gunther, sorry.
We can certainly, if we have an understanding as to what you're looking to achieve, we can draft an amendment on fairly short order.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor, yeah, just to reiterate it, the amendment and the drafting of the amendment is not the difficult part. It's figuring out the operationalizing of it, including enforcement, and how that is going to be resourced and how is it going to be accomplished given the complicated legal framework of jurisdictions and gaps that we know exist in this space.
Okay, so it's a fair bit of work to even make an amendment to the bylaw?
An enforceable one.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
This is technical. It has Q3 2025, but it doesn't say where it's coming back to. Is the intention it would come back to Urban Planning Committee?
That would be appropriate. We'll clean that up.
Yeah, and yeah, that's all I need to clarify. And that's also appropriate. I believe that's in Councillor Jans's next rotation. So it would allow him the opportunity to speak and move items from committee as permitted. All right, that's all I needed.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Now, anyone to speak?
Actually, sorry, my apologies.
Did you have questions?
Just a quick question.
And I actually do think we need to move another round, if I believe.
No, I'm on the second round.
You're on second? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at this and I'm wondering if now, in light of part two of the motion, if part one is a little bit prescriptive, because if we're only concentrating on that and there's a whole suite of things that would be effective, do we just fold that concept right into number two? And that way we're not just sort of like isolating only one action, like we can have multiple potential actions?
Is that to the mover or to administration?
To administration.
I
Or is it
mean,
okay?
Well, I mean, ideally, I'd probably put the second part first because that's the research and the supporting information. And then I would have the first part as a specific thing that you're asking us to look into. But I haven't consulted with legal on my opinion, so I am not sure.
No, I get it, but it makes sense to me. Mr. Chair, would it make sense to just flip those and then in number 2 say something like including but not limited to? I just don't want to I know that admin is going to do this stuff, but I've seen this so many times before in the past that I just don't want to put any restrictions on potential outcomes.
The flipping shouldn't be any issue. I mean, that it doesn't matter. It's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. So if that's what you prefer, I'm seeing a thumbs up. Adding additional amendments,
including but not limited to.
Oh, I'm seeing a thumbs up from the original mover. So including but not limited to. That is that friendly for everyone else? Okay, that's just clear. Yep. Then I'm hearing that's fine. Perfect.
Because I'm assuming that if we do a review, that's going to be one of the things that could be in there anyway. So I'm not sure why we're specifically pointing it out now, but I'm not going to put up a fight on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions or are you to speak?
Just to speak, please.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so let's start speaking. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Just very briefly wanted to thank the mover for bringing this forward. You know, I think we aren't seeing the same types of pressures for short-term rentals on a community, on a city scale, I would say. You know, we know in other municipalities there's a very significant distortion that has resulted from short-term rentals. We're lucky to not be at that stage now, but it makes it all the more essential to get on top of this before we get to that point. There's also, you know, drilling down to the community level, to the neighborhood level, there are very real impacts as Councillor Jans has so eloquently put forward that really impact people's daily lives. So finding tools to address this, to make people's lives better, to help them love where they live is incredibly important work. So I thank the mover for bringing this forward. I'm really looking forward to the report coming back. You know, my interest, I think, really lies in taxation as a starting point. I think it's very important that we equalize this with other hospitality industry participants and really bring fairness to this process. I think short-term rentals are an important part of our visitor economy, but there needs to be an even playing field and their impacts need to be adequately managed. So thank you again to the mover and look forward to supporting this and look forward to the work coming back. So thank you to administration for taking that on.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I'll speak to support this. After the notice of motion was given, I was able to have some of conversations on my own and to kind of look into this issue. And I kind of there's obviously a whole can of worms that we can open up. And I think it's interesting to uncover the variety of tools we can explore on this topic. I'm very mindful that this work isn't new. There has been things done before, so I'm hoping we can revisit some of that, kind of follow up on what other cities has done. I'm very interested in the Canmore example, and I know that has brought up quite frequently, and wanting to know how things are going. Is it working? Are there lessons learned that we can apply? While this issue isn't quite as far-reaching and widespread in my ward as Councillor Jans, but I certainly do hear about the impact. And I think when those isolated cases do come forward at the neighborhood level, they really stand out, and everybody knows about it. So I think the direction here is good. And on that taxation piece, I think a lot of these are being operated as business, and I think they should be taxed as such. I understand there's a lot of complexity around that. And so I just think having a bit more understanding of the issue would be helpful for all of us to make a better decision on this. So thanks for the initiative. I know the councillor has been working very hard on this topic for the last while, and happy to support.
Thank you. And to close, Councillor Jans.
Just very quickly, thank you to my colleagues, but more importantly, I just wanted to speak to administration quickly. I know you have a lot on your plate. I know that for some of you, this is not a priority, that there's a lot of other things that are major priorities, and I hear you. I do. But I think we've done some real transformational work on zoning bylaw, and with what's coming ahead on district planning and everywhere else, I think we have made some big moves, and I just do not want to see that work reversed or hostility to that work at the neighborhood level because of concern over the damage that short-term rentals do to communities. So, like, I know this may seem a bit pedantic in the big billion-dollar picture of our city, but I do just want to make sure that, you know, we are business friendly, but we have a fair culture for business, that we have fair enforcement, and that we are that everyone can, as Councillor Stevenson said, love where they live, but that this work continues to just make sure that our growth and our housing transformation goals are in harmony. So I really thank everybody's support here.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes. Mayor, are we splitting the vote?
Are we splitting the vote into parts? Sure. Not anymore, I think. Are we splitting the vote? Okay.
I just wanted it organized for clarity.
Okay, good. All right. Please vote. All together.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm yes as well.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Nair.
Yes.
Councillor Jan, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Prince-Bay. Councillor
Yes.
Cartmel and
How do you think I got broken?
thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so we have completed the agenda. Notes of motions or motions without customary notice? I have one, so I'll cede the chair to Councillor
Got
Knapp.
the chair.
Okay. I think it was sent to clerk.
We have it. We're
Nancy
just, it will come up on the screen in just a moment.
Okay. And I can read that into the record in the meantime. Yep, you don't mind? Yep.
Yes, because you're just giving notice.
Yeah, that City Council modifies Section 53(1)B and C of Council Procedures Bylaw 18155, during the council meeting dedicated to district planning commencing on May 27th, 2024, so that speakers in favor, in panels as appropriate, alternate with speakers opposed in panels as appropriate. And that administration prepare bylaw amendments to bylaw 18155, Council's Procedures Bylaw, to formalize the modified procedure outlined in Part 1 for all statutory public hearings.
So before I accept that, hold on. Before I accept that as a notice, I'm going to actually check to see, would it be more beneficial if we debated this now so the clerks could officially, go through their process and actually make sure they can do that in time?
Yes, to do that, you'd have to
Yeah, can
waive
somebody
notice.
move that, to give the mayor
So moved.
permission? Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion from Councillor Jan, seconded by Councillor Salvador, that would allow the mayor to make this motion so we can debate it right now and approve it now versus waiting. So
Okay,
I will.
that's fine. I was told that we could do it next meeting, but it's okay if you want to do
Let's
it
give
now.
them some extra time.
We have time.
Please vote on allowing the mayor to be able to make.
Just let MJ type. Please.
I just assume she types faster than anything else in the world.
She
This is
does,
yeah,
but
that's
yes. Jans and Principe. I
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
There we go. We have a
All
motion.
right. Technically moved by Councillor Jans and seconded by Councillor Salvador. Not that I think it really matters.
We
but
will fix that.
Yeah, and there we go. Waive the rules. So please vote on that. Oh, do you have a question? Oh, no, you're putting your hand up.
Yes.
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 Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you. Just looking, yes, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. So Mayor Sohi, you don't have to reread it in. You just, can you say that you moved that one more time?
Yes, I move this motion now.
Thank you.
Notice of motion.
And I think Councillor Paquette was going to second that originally, I'd heard.
Yeah, he was.
Thank you.
And he does.
Okay. Then there we go. We'll see if there's any questions,
You want me to introduce?
if you want.
Yeah, I know. I quickly, because I did send a note to colleagues. I saw the coverage of public hearing in Calgary this week, right? And I heard that it went smoothly in a way that people, when they were paneled in one panel in opposition, one panel in favor, people heard wide range of opposing perspectives instead of waiting all day, sometimes 2 days. Because the way we panel people here, we hear those who are in opposition, or we go to favor first, right? Then opposition. So I think people don't get to hear each other's perspective for a long time, particularly those contentious days long public hearings. And so I think this will allow us to probably get those perspectives on the table in front of public sooner, and probably people who are listening will benefit from hearing those different perspectives as well. So that's kind of the intent, to try and see how it goes.
Thank you. I don't see, there might be questions. Hang on. Do you have questions? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we'll go. I know Councillor Principe has questions. We'll see if the board can open up, and then others can click on if needed. Councillor Principe, go ahead. That's all right.
Thank you. Yeah, it won't allow me to click. I just have a question for the city clerk. Is this, this is an okay procedure to go ahead? Like, you don't see any flags or anything? To me, it looks fine, but I just wanted to get the opinion of the city clerk.
No issue. So what this will essentially do is you can always modify your procedures by motion, which is what you're doing by part 1 for district planning, and then more formally adding it to your bylaw later.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, and I think folks are able to click back in. So seeing none, anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing any. Mayor Sohi to close. Thank you very much.
I'm good.
Please vote.
Yes.
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 Thank
Yes.
you all. We have all the votes.
Oh, very good. Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I will turn back the chair to you, Mayor Sohi.
So are there any other notice of motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:25. 35 before scheduled time.